तो ये सायरन की वो आवाज जो कल पूरे देश में आपको सुनने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि इस सायरन के जरिए आम जनता को अलर्ट पर रखा जाएगा और उन्हें ये बताया जाएगा कि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात और हालात उनके इलाके में बिगड़ते हैं तो अपना बचाव कैसे करना है। एक बार आप इन तस्वीरों को देखिएगा, यहां पर वो तमाम सामान आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे जो आम जनजीवन को इन हालातों में बचाने के लिए काफी हैं। यहां पर आपको लंबी रस्सी नजर आ रही होगी, हेलमेट और लाइफ जैकेट समेत ये हॉर्न, और आप देखिएगा यहां पर ये ड्रोन के जरिए भी इन तमाम इलाकों में निगरानी रखी जाएगी कि कैसे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा करनी है। मैं आप ही से बात करना चाहूंगा, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम गजन सिंह है।
अच्छा गजन जी, ये सायरन जो आप बजा रहे हैं अभी, इसकी रेंज कितनी है और ये कहां कहां पर डिप्लॉय किए जाएंगे?
1 किलोमीटर तक इसकी आवाज जाती है, बहुत लंबी लंबी दूर तक जाती है इसकी।
1 किलोमीटर, अगर ओपन एरिया है तो 1 किलोमीटर
उधर जाएगी,
काफी दूर तक आवाज जाती है। कितने ये सायरन हैं आपके पास?
अभी तो 4-5 है।
4-5 हैं और भी मंगाए गए हैं आप लोगों की तरफ से। ये जो ड्रोन है आपके हाथ में, इसकी रेंज क्या है?
इसकी रेंज तो लगभग इसकी 2 से 3 किलोमीटर रेंज है।
हवा में 2 से
1000 मीटर तक ऊपर जाता है।
1000 ऊपर जाता है और कवर
2-3 किलोमीटर कवर कर देता है।
करेगा। तो इसका रिहर्सल आप लोग कर चुके हैं?
यस सर,
रिहर्सल हो चुका है पूरा। तो देखिए ये ड्रोन है और इस ड्रोन का रिहर्सल हो चुका है। ये सायरन है, इन सायरनों का लगातार रिहर्सल, एक बार बजा दीजिएगा जरा इसको प्लीज। ये सायरन है, इसका भी लगातार रिहर्सल जो है वो ये लोग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, ताकि कल अगर स्थितियां मॉक ड्रिल को लेकर सामान्य रहती हैं तो कैसे लोगों को यह बताना है कि वो अपने आप को जागरूक रखें और वो अपने आप को इस सायरन की आवाज के बजते ही सुरक्षित स्थानों पर लेकर जाएं।
Jammu and Kashmir police are using advanced surveillance tools on the Srinagar-Jammu highway to enhance counter-terror operations. These tools are crucial for troop safety in high threat and high alert zones. They detect body heat in darkness, fog or through foliage, helping track suspects during night operations.
Highly advanced surveillance system can be seen here on the national highway. This is Srinagar Jammu, a critical juncture of the highway, and the kind of advanced equipments that we see here. This is one of the images, and this image, this is thermal wall detector that my VJ Mubashir is showing you. Detects movements or heat signatures behind walls or solid surfaces. Then we have the handheld thermal imager, detects body heat and displays thermal signatures even in the tool darkest. Helps locate hidden persons, used for night patrolling, perimeter security and tracking movement in dense areas. Then this one, this is the optical fiber scope, a flexible camera. This is equipped to use to see into confined or hidden spaces, allow security personnel to detect or to inspect behind walls. It's a critical during hostage rescue or clearing suspicious hideouts. Helps confirm the presence of threats before entering into a particular space. These are such equipments that they will even reveal the minute details, minute items that a person tries to hide. These kind of equipments are usually used by Jammu and Kashmir police, those who are deployed on the critical junctures like the national highway, and it not only provides the information but it reveals even what is behind the camera, and not only in the daytime but also these equipments are quite helpful during the night dark hours, providing a helping hand while dealing with the threats on ground.
And this breaking news that's coming in right now, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the POJK refugee groups call for marching home to POK. The POK refugees to march towards the POK on the 11th of May. The refugees are going to march towards Cham sector of POJK on May 11th. March to begin from Jammu, where hundreds of refugees are going to march towards the Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, call given to reclaim land and the rights of the POJK refugees. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran's report from that area.
पूरे देश में ये मांग उठ रही है कि पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर को वापस लिया जाए, क्योंकि पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद से ही देश ये मांग कर रहा है कि पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर को आतंकी कैंप्स और आतंक के लॉन्च पैड्स के लिए इस्तेमाल ना करने दिया जाए। इस बीच पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर के रिफ्यूजी, वो लोग जो अपना घर बार और अपनी ज़मीन सब वहीं छोड़कर जम्मू कश्मीर जिन्हें जो है भेजा गया था, मजबूरी में यहाँ आए क्योंकि उस इलाके में पाकिस्तान ने अवैध रूप से कब्जा कर लिया था। उन्होंने अब जो है एक मांग उठाई है। ये मांग है कि 78 साल का जो वनवास है वो अब ख़त्म हो और ये अपने घरों तक पहुंच पाएँ। 11 मई यानी कि रविवार के दिन जो है एक मुहिम की शुरुआत होने वाली है जिसका नाम है मार्चिंग होम, यानी कि घरों पर जाने की मुहिम POK चलो। बात करने के हमारे साथ SOS इंटरनेशनल संस्था के जो चेयरमैन है राजीव चुन्नी, वो मौजूद हैं। राजीव जी, मांग आप लोग कर रहे हैं और एक मार्च की शुरुआत में एक हुजूम के तौर पर आप पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर जाएंगे, ऐसे समय में जब पूरा देश यही मांग कर रहा है।
देखें, जो भी यहाँ वारदातें हुई हैं 1947 से लेकर आज तक, चाहे युद्ध हुए हैं, चाहे यहाँ मिलिटेंट्स की वारदात हुई हैं, तो सारे का सारा जो फोकस था वो पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर था और वहाँ पर लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, वहाँ लॉन्चिंग पैड्स हैं और हमें दुख होता है इस बात का कि वो हमारी कर्म भूमि है, जन्मभूमि है। हम वहाँ से विस्थापित होकर बीते 78 सालों से, 78 वर्षों से, 7 से अधिक दशकों से इस बात का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं और ये रिज़ॉल्व है भारत सरकार का कि वो इलाका हमारा अभिन्न अंग है, उसको खाली कराएंगे। हमारे अभिन्न अंग से इस तरह की हरकतें पाकिस्तान कर रहा है और यहाँ आकर निर्दोष लोगों का खून बहाया जाता है और जिस तरीके से अभी ये जो हादसा हुआ है इसको लेकर एक बड़ा भारी रोष है, तो हम यहाँ चुप नहीं बैठ सकते। हमने फैसला किया हमारी संस्था ने, हालांकि हम हर मामले पर, हर मसले पर, इस मामले पर लड़ने के लिए तैयार रहते हैं, हर फोरम पर हमने इस बात को रखा है, लेकिन इस समय हमारे लोग कहते हैं कि भारत सरकार को हमारी ज़रूरत है, हमें भी खुलकर सामने आना चाहिए कि मेरा घर है उसको पाकिस्तान खाली करे और वो तभी खाली करेगा जब हम ओंकार भरेंगे। तो हमने कहा है कि हम आने वाली 11 मई इतवार को अपने लोगों को यहाँ बुला रहे हैं। यहाँ से हम एक मार्च की शक्ल में पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर जम्मू की तरफ बढ़ेंगे और रास्ते में हमें जो भी रोकने की कोशिश करेगा हम रुकने वाले नहीं हैं, नतीजे जो भी हों। लेकिन हम ये ज़रूर चाहेंगे कि जो सिलसिला 1947 में मेरे हिंदू सिखों के कत्ल के साथ पाकिस्तान ने शुरू किया था वो अब थमना चाहिए, रुकना चाहिए, जो नहीं रुक रहा है, और उसको रोकने के लिए हम सरकार के साथ बिल्कुल कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर।
Viewers, Pakistan was hauled over the coals at a closed meeting of the UN Security Council that was convened at its request. Islamabad was left to court global shame as the UNSC members posed several tough questions on the Pahalgam attack, condemning the dastardly attack on 22nd April. The UNSC members demanded Pakistan come clean on the involvement of Lashkar, refusing to buy into the false flag narrative. UNSC identified Pakistan's nuke threat and missile tests as factors behind the escalating tensions along the LOC.
As India prepares for an imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan was left to rue its latest bid to raise the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. Pakistan was literally ripped to shreds at a closed meeting of the UNSC. As confirmed by the Pakistan Foreign Office in a social media post, the closed meeting was convened at its behest to discuss the deteriorating regional security due to India's alleged provocative actions. Pakistan was cornered and shamed at the UNSC as the world body posed some straight and sharp questions over the Pahalgam attack. Top sources told Republic that the UNSC members grilled Pakistan on the involvement of Lashkar in Pahalgam and demanded accountability for the attack. Condemning the Pahalgam attack in the strongest terms, the UNSC also grilled Pakistan on picking the victims on the basis of religion. The world body also listed out Pakistan's threat of a nuclear war with India and missile tests as a factor contributing to rising tensions on the international border. As Pakistan finds itself isolated and completely cornered at the UN, it is only a matter of time before every drop of blood in Pahalgam is avenged.
Attempts to politicize terror OGW nexus. Time to call out OGWs what they truly are. Ornab debates why the term OGW is a cruel facade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mehbooba attempts to politicize terror OGW nexus. Time to call out OGWs what they truly are. Ornab debates why the term OGW is a cruel facade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
While India continues to prepare itself and it has vowed revenge, the forces are out there. They're going all out against the terrorists. The former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister and PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti continues to sympathize with the terrorists. Now, yesterday, Mehbooba Mufti claimed that government and the forces are unnecessarily targeting the youth in Kashmir. Today, she wrote to Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and said that security agencies' response to Pahalgam terror attack appeared to be a sweeping and indiscriminate crackdown, pointing to hundreds being detained or booked under stringent laws. Listen in to what exactly Mehbooba Mufti had to say.
कल जो कश्मीरियों ने इस बार पूरा दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ एक कदम उठाया और मुल्क के साथ जुड़े हैं, आप भी खुदा के लिए इसको एक मौका समझ के इसका फायदा उठाइए। अगर वो एक कदम बढ़ते हैं, आप दो कदम बढ़ाइए। ये पकड़ दकड़, ये लाशें दरिया से एनकाउंटर के नाम पे लाशें कश्मीरियों को देना बंद कर दीजिए। और मेरी ये भी डिमांड है लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से, जो बानीपोरा में हादसा हुआ, बहुत गरीब है, उनके घर में खाने के लाले, बेचारा मिलिटेंट नहीं था, आप किसी को भी OGW का नाम देके उसको कत्ल करोगे क्या? कल जो आपने इम्तियाज को उधर मार दिया, वो भी बहुत गरीब है। जब तक आप उसकी इंक्वायरी करेगी, कम से कम इन फैमिलीज को कंपनसेशन मिलना चाहिए। ये सब कश्मीरी, ये दहशतगर्द नहीं है, ये मिलिटेंट नहीं है, ये आपके साथ चलना चाहते हैं, शाना बशाना चलना चाहते हैं। अब हादसा वो इनके हाथ में तो नहीं था बेचारों के, ये क्या कर सकते थे?
All right, my colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Zeenat, tell us more about this sympathetic stand once again that Mehbooba Mufti has taken towards the terrorists.
She has some rant against the security forces. Time and again, we have been seeing the Miss Mufti making all such allegations, and she's pointing fingers towards the security forces. And today, she has written a letter to LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. She has rather said that this is a complete crackdown on the people and those people who have been fighting for those tourists who lost their life, or for those who were the part of the evacuation process. In fact, she said around 3,000 people have been detained and around 100 people have been slapped with PSA. She has urged for LG's intervention to stop all these raids and the arrests, and because Amarnath Yatra is also approaching, so these were the people who will be acting as a service providers to those yatris. She has questioned the kind of the crackdown that the J&K police along with other intelligence agencies has been carried. It is more like seeing that she has mentioned that it is a sweeping crackdown on the Kashmiris, those Kashmiris who laid their lives for the people, for saving them, for evacuating them from the Baisaran, and now they are only facing the action. Miss Mufti also quoted the two of the incidents while talking to press yesterday. One was about the Bandipora, in which the Altaf Lahiri was neutralized in an anti-terror operation. And another was of the Imtiaz from Kulgam, who committed suicide because he was leading the joint forces to a hideout. When he lost his life, he jumped into a Vesho Nala, a river stream in South Kashmir's Kulgam, and JKP has termed it as an act of suicide, for which Miss Mufti has not been convinced. In fact, not only Miss Mufti, but we are seeing the MLA from Kulgam, Sakina Yuttu, also has called for a judicial probe in this incident. Apart from Miss Yuttu, there is MP Aga Ruhullah, who has also questioned the kind of statements that have come on the Kulgam killing.
Zina, thank you so much for joining us with those details on this story, viewers. Now, remember, viewers, Pakistan continues to say that it wants intervention of the US. It has also sought intervention of the United Nations. But guess what? At the UNSC, it was hauled over the coals. It had to face global shame as it was facing some multiple tough questions. Pakistan has been asked at the UNSC that it should come clear on the involvement of Lashkar-e-Taiba as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. And there's much more that happened in this closed meeting at the United Nations Security Council. Take a look at this report to know all the details.
As India prepares for an imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan was left to rue its latest bid to raise the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. Pakistan was literally ripped to shreds at a closed meeting of the UNSC. As confirmed by the Pakistan Foreign Office in a social media post, the closed meeting was convened at its behest to discuss the deteriorating regional security due to India's alleged provocative actions. Pakistan was cornered and shamed at the UNSC as the world body posed some straight and sharp questions over the Pahalgam attack. Top sources told Republic that the UNSC members grilled Pakistan on the involvement of Lashkar in Pahalgam and demanded accountability for the attack. Condemning the Pahalgam attack in the strongest terms, the UNSC also grilled Pakistan on picking the victims on the basis of religion. The world body also listed out Pakistan's threat of a nuclear war with India and missile tests as a factor contributing to rising tensions on the international border. As Pakistan finds itself isolated and completely cornered at the UN, it is only a matter of time before every drop of blood in Pahalgam is avenged.
Now, there is heightened security across Jammu and Kashmir, and the forces are all prepared. Now, at the Jammu-Srinagar highway, the Jammu and Kashmir police have now deployed a mobile fortress. This is a mobile command vehicle, a high-tech command vehicle that is being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Here's my colleague Zeenat's report.
Rolling through the tense Qaziganj stretch, the Jammu and Kashmir Police's command vehicle stands out not just in size but in purpose. Positioned strategically on the Jammu-Srinagar highway, this high-mobility armored unit is built to withstand both bullets and blasts. What makes it lethal is its multiple firing ports and a roof hatch that ensure rapid engagement if needed, without exposing personnel to direct fire. From the inside, the vehicle is a tactical nerve center fitted with night vision systems, GPS tracking, and secure communication channels for real-time coordination.
Showing you the visuals from this very vehicle that plays a critical role in the high-risk operations across the Kashmir Valley. This vehicle is built to withstand bullets and grenade attacks, keeping our frontier personnel safe during the counter-terror ops and raids in volatile Kashmir Valley. Equipped with firing ports, a top hatch for armed retaliation and advanced surveillance, tools like night vision and GPS tracking. This is more than just transport. It's a mobile command post. Right now it's on the patrol duty in a sensitive locations like Srinagar Jammu National Highway, and this is a Qaziganj, which is a critical juncture, ready to respond within minutes to any potential threat. As there is an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, we see these vehicles on the standby mode, and in fact the visuals that we beam also tells you how the surveillance is being done while being inside the vehicle. This is one of the such visuals where you see the monitoring is being done, the kind of equipments that it has, from fixed bullet cameras, PTZ cameras, to pneumatic mast, and similarly a thorough wall radar, the remotely piloted vehicle. All this is inside this vehicle. This is more like a bulletproof vehicle, which is this vehicle, this fortress is on the wheels, that tells you that how the operations are done and also how you carry the patrol duties.
From surveillance to rapid response, this command vehicle is more than transport. It's a mobile fortress built for the battlefield. On roads shadowed by uncertainty, this is how the Jammu and Kashmir Police are reinforcing control mile by mile, mission by mission.
Now viewers, we've seen how Pakistan has been facing internal conflict within itself, that it is on the verge of breaking into four. We've seen the fault lines between Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and also of course other areas like Sindh and Punjab. And retired IAF veteran Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav has said that it could be very much possible that Pakistan, as it is already burdened with the economic crisis and military overreach, could be breaking into pieces very, very soon. Listen in to Air Vice Marshal Srivastav.
First thing I would like to point out here, it's a great discussion to be on our digital platform and have time to talk about it, is that no incident, whether it's a terrorist attack or any kind, in this integrated world, which is so much full of social media, information, and intelligentized kind of information available to more or less whole of the citizens, is isolated. So it's not an isolated incident in my analysis. So let's see what all has happened in the past. The Trump administration came into being, and Trump imposed tariffs in a big way on China. Chinese president wrote to our president that it's time for elephant and dragon to dance together. So there was a little positive indication that let's forget about what is the past, whether it's Galwan or otherwise, and let's work together. On Pakistan side, you see the General Munir, whom I think is not an agent of Pakistani military only, he's an agent of China and also an agent of Western powers, because he gets all his powers, all his weapons, all his resources from there. He drops a soft bomb and talks about Hindu, Muslim and a divide. Now connect this with On our side, we have this Waqf bill into motion and lot of opposition to that Waqf bill. If we put all that dots together, you get one picture clear that it is not something which has happened in isolation. If it has not happened in isolation, so what are we trying to compare and contrast? There's a security architecture in Pakistan, which is the power structure of the Pakistan. And let me tell you, Pranav, this is only limited to Pakistani military, because they are the only beneficiaries. As far as the people are concerned, they are reeling under the pressure of inflation. They are reeling under the pressure of debt. The Pakistani rupee has fallen down to its worst value today with respect to dollars. The normal common things which are available to people over there are very costly, and there are inflationary pressures. There is an alienation which is already there all the time. From Punjab is ruling over the rest of the Pakistan. There is a BLA factor. And in recent past, a Pakistani military train was hijacked by the BLA fighters, which does not happen in a country where power structure is all stable. Sindh is suffering. The water which should go to them in normal times, I'm not talking about the suspension which has happened after the Pahalgam attack, was being denied because the generals in Punjab are routing it to their farmlands. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they are very happy that Talibani government has come there. They are fighting with them for the Durand line. So none of the parts, the 4 parts of Pakistan are really stable. That is the security architecture as of there, which only is of the military there. As far as our country is concerned, a security architecture, they thought if they drop a Hindu-Muslim bomb, we'll get into tatters. We remain unified. All parties have supported the government on its response. And we have multi-layered security architecture in our country, and everybody has its own place and its own role. So it's a conflict between one security architecture with another one. Despite we being democracy, democracy has its own, I would say, weaknesses or the fault lines, which enemy tries or adversary tries to exploit. In our case, he tried to exploit the HM thing. He said, Hindu-Muslim, if I do that, it'll seed a kind of conflict on streets for Bharat. It didn't happen. He must be dismayed, therefore he went into hiding after that, because it didn't come out the way he would have thought of. So if we put all that together, we find it's a fight between 2 nations, one democratic, multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multi-aspirants. There's nobody, you can choose your own government, and you have seen changes of government from one party to another in the past. So can a dictatorial regime which is only concentrated in few hands fight really the regime which is democratic, which is vast, which is economically stable, which is rising? No. The answer is no. That is also known to the adversary. But what can they do? They can do the poke strategy. They can poke us and make us believe that we are weak at this time. They can act as agents of China, and you relate it with the dragon and elephant dance, then you find that China is now looking for, after the tariffs, a market which is available to him, 140 crore Indians, out of which nearly 800 are middle-class Indians. So if this market is available to them, any other market actually in the world is not required for their goods. We have blocked that, and we have blocked that really correctly. Because that is not the way we are going to stop our Atmanirbharta campaign, which has been launched by the Prime Minister. But when you take the whole global picture in mind, now you asked a very well pay the dividends. It's a very strong power.
So while our veterans continue to talk about India.
पहले ही हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसल किया था। ये मैं एक पेपर में पढ़ा।
Viewers, it's been 14 days since the brutal attack on innocent Indians at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers. Now, India has vowed revenge and it is waiting for the right time, the right place and, of course, the right way to strike back. But what are the options on the table? Here's a report that explains what could be India's response, how it could be carried out. Take a look.
Amid rising tension between India and Pakistan post the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan has entered a visible state of anxiety and nervousness. The spike in ceasefire violations, sudden military movement, and increasingly jittery public statements suggest a leadership preparing for consequences. In contrast, India's posture has been restrained. There's no responsible for Western operations and, more crucially, long known to provide logistical sanctuary to extremist elements operating along the Afghan frontier. A missile like the BrahMos, launched from platforms in Jammu or Leh, can strike with such precision and velocity that Peshawar's airbase or corps headquarters would be reduced to silence before an alarm could even be raised. It's widely understood that Pakistan's modern air defense platforms are disproportionately concentrated in Punjab. Cities like Peshawar, while militarily important, sit outside that protective arc. In a war scenario, trash decisions will be made, and Peshawar will likely be deemed expendable. Move south west to Sialkot, practically on the border with India. It hosts the 15th Infantry Division, critical to Pakistan's line of control posture and a key supply node for both war and trade. And yet, its proximity makes it impossible to defend effectively. A precision strike using the ROKS air-to-surface missile deployed from Indian jets flying well within our airspace could demolish key cantonment infrastructure or ammunition stockpiles without giving Pakistan a window to react. In military calculations, Sialkot's fate would be sealed in the opening hour of conflict. What follows would be an information blackout and operational paralysis in a frontline district. Sargodha, deeper in central Punjab, poses a different kind of threat and opportunity. It houses one of Pakistan's main Air Force bases with runway facilities and shelters suspected to host part of the country's nuclear delivery platforms. The Rudram 2, with its anti-radiation capabilities, was built for exactly this scenario, to blind the radar grids, cripple communication networks, and make flying impossible before a single dogfight begins. It's likely that defenses around Sargodha exist, but military resources, even the best ones, must be rationed. And with Rawalpindi, Lahore and Islamabad competing for the same defensive umbrella, choices will be made. Strategic depth won't guarantee safety when the adversary's precision is surgical. And now let's shift the lens far south to Hyderabad in Sindh. Here lies the blind spot in Pakistan's military doctrine. A city integral to Pakistan's industrial base and supporting the Karachi command chain, it has long operated under the assumption of strategic irrelevance, too far from India, too low on the target list. That's no longer the case. The BrahMos A, launched from Indian Sukhoi 30 MKIs in Gujarat, can reach Hyderabad in under 5 minutes. With negligible anti-air defense system and no significant fighter presence, Hyderabad is defenseless against a decapitation strike. This isn't just military vulnerability. It's a strategic vacuum created by decades-long concentration of defense investment elsewhere. And then comes Karachi, the jewel and the jugular. A sprawling megacity, it is the backbone of Pakistan's economy and the nerve center of its naval operations. A conventional strike by an Agni-2 ballistic missile, equipped with a non-nuclear payload but enough raw power to devastate shipyards or command installations, could rip through Karachi's military infrastructure and financial nerve centers in one blow. Pakistan's defenses in Karachi, though more robust than elsewhere, are scattered and thinly stretched. And the question that haunts every command room is simple. If war breaks out across multiple theaters, who gets priority? The answer isn't always Karachi. Put together, the pattern is clear. Pakistan's defenses are built to shield Punjab. Cities in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Sindh, despite their economic and military value, are left with minimal protection. India, on the other hand, had spent years acquiring the capability to strike deep and fast. If a larger response is ordered, it won't just be across the line of control. It will be calibrated, long range, and designed to hurt where it matters most. What happens next depends on what Pakistan does next. But the strategic picture is already tilted. For now, India waits, Pakistan watches, and its cities lie exposed.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. India and the UK sealed the free trade agreement. This is the big news that's coming in as we are speaking, viewers. The India and the UK sealed the free trade agreement. This is something that was in the works. I'm going to give you more details on the big story that we are breaking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi has now tweeted, "I'm delighted to speak with my friend Prime Minister Keir Starmer in a historic milestone. India and the UK have successfully concluded an ambitious and mutually beneficial free trade agreement along with a double contribution convention." The Prime Minister has now tweeted on the UK-India free trade deal agreement that has been sealed. The Prime Minister further tweets, these landmark agreements will further deepen our comprehensive strategic partnership and catalyze trade, investment, growth, job creation and innovation in both our economies. The Prime Minister writes on this historic landmark trade pact that he looks forward to working with Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Starmer, who's going to be in India soon.
Mehbooba attempts to politicize terror OGW nexus. Time to call out OGWs what they truly are. Ornab debates why the term OGW is a cruel facade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They
Pakistani politician exposes Pakistan, says the country must take war with India seriously. India strikes down on terror, but Mehbooba Mufti fights for the overground workers, calls them innocent.
हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसल किया था.
Congress peddles fake news giving ammunition to Pakistan, claims the Prime Minister had intel report on impending attack in Pahalgam. Pakistan rebuked at the UNSC over Pahalgam attack. Members reject the false flag narrative, calls missile tests escalatory. Uprising in Balochistan. Pakistan army attacked in Balochistan. Casualties feared. Open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against the Pakistani army. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV from the front in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, reporting from Srinagar, and we have our network of reporters who are getting you each and every update as India prepares, and India has vowed to strike back. India is, of course, waiting for the revenge, and revenge is coming, viewers. Now we'll just go across to my colleague. To other search operations that are going on right now. I have my colleague Arawat, who is reporting from Baramulla. Harsha is joining us from Poonch, and Gursimran Singh is joining us from the RS-Pura international border in Jammu as well. Viewers, we'll go to my colleague Arawat first, where he's standing. There is a search operation that is going on. Over to you, Arawat.
Rakshita, we have seen that the search operation has been intensified across the parts of the Kashmir Valley. And right now we are in the border district of the Baramulla, and we have seen that the special checkpoints have been established at the various sensitive locations, the roads, the national highways, which leads to sensitive locations of the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the Uri sector, in the Kupwara sector, where we have seen that the back-to-back ceasefire violations are taking place. Then after, we have seen that the security forces on toes from the line of control areas to other towns of the Kashmir Valley, that the forces we have already seen that the alertness of the forces from the Pahalgam of central Kashmir and the South Kashmir. There are the multiple locations in the Kashmir Valley where we have seen that the search operation are being carried out by the joint security forces. Whether we will talk about the special operation group of the Jammu and Kashmir police, which is on the toes. Also we have seen that the multiple checkpoints have been established on the important national highways, particularly in the North Kashmir, the roads which leads to border areas. Also, not only this on the roads, but we have seen that the drone surveillance has also been intensified in the various sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley, from the line of control areas to snowbound areas of the other sectors of the Kashmir Valley. For the security reasons, we cannot show the actual visuals where the security frisking and other operations are going on. But yes, we have seen that the high alert is on in the Kashmir Valley, as we have seen that the forces are on toes to nab the attackers who has done the terror attack in the Pahalgam. After that, we have seen there are the multiple locations in the Kashmir Valley where we have seen that the search are being carried. Also, the door-to-door search operations are also underway in the various sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the North Kashmir, South Kashmir and the Central Kashmir. Also, we have seen that the OGWs who are having the affiliation with the terror outfits like Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and other terrorist organizations, we have seen that the houses of these terror associates were also raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police from the last couple of days, as we have seen some electronic gadgets and other stuff have also been seized during the search operation. Then after, we have seen that some suspects have also been arrested after the Pahalgam deadly attack, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. After that, we have seen that the individuals were also detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police for the precautionary measures. Also, we have seen that the high alert is on across the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Arawat, stay on with us. We also have my colleague Gursimran Singh, who has been tracking all the developments from along the international border. He has got us this report. We'll go across to him live, but first, this report that he filed from Arnia sector. And this is, of course, about the mock drills. Remember, the MHA has issued directives to several states and union territories. In Jammu and Kashmir, of course, the mock drills have been going on for the past few days. And in Jammu, Gursimran Singh had visited one such school where the mock drills were taking place. Here's a report.
Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Araspura sector, and this is one of those borders where India used to exchange sweets with the Pakistani counterparts on the big days. But now the things have turned completely different due to the Pakistan's involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack, and now the border outpost in the Octrai has been closed. There used to be a gate where people used to go to see where actually the Pakistan is, because Pakistan is hardly 150 meters from the gate that is there. That gate that was used to open on daily basis, and the people used to go there to see the Pakistani territory. But now the things have turned almost different. Not only the gates have been closed permanently by the border security force as a precautionary measure, because on the other side is the Pakistan that is resorting to cross-border violation every single day. So to save the lives of the civilians and also to ensure that no life is kept at stake, this gate has been closed, and also the beating the retreat ceremony that used to be held on 2 days, that is the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, that too has been now curtailed to only the parade only. This means no celebrations, no cultural programs here at the Indo-Pakistan international border, as a high alert has been sounded all across this border. This border is really very important, because from here on, a couple of kilometers from here, and then starts the line of control. Pakistan has violated the ceasefire on the international border, and that's why the BSF troops, they are always on the standby, keeping a full watch on what is happening across the border, because Pakistan cannot be trusted, as they, for the first time in many years, have increased the deployment of the Pakistani Rangers, the 13 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed on the other side of the border. And this border continues to be sensitive for the border security force, as the BSF time and again has foiled multiple attempts of the adversary Pakistan to push terrorists into the Indian territory, to push weapons into the Indian territory using the drones. So all these attempts of the Pakistan continues, and that's why we have witnessed today large-scale mock drills taking place, and one such has taken place at the government primary school in Aranya. This is the report from the International Border School. The mock drills have begun across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and today the subjects have also changed on ground. The subjects have now changed from the usual English, Hindi, mathematics to the mock drill. You see on the blackboard that a mock drill is the subject for today that is being taught to these students. These are the primary school students that are being taught the drills. I have the school teacher with me. We'll speak to them first. Sir, क्या-क्या सिखा रहे हैं आज बच्चों को? आज सब्जेक्ट बदल गए हैं, मॉक ड्रिल सब्जेक्ट बन गया है।
बिल्कुल सर, आज मॉक ड्रिल था मॉर्निंग असेंबली में, हमारा मार्केट ड्रिल ही चला, इसके बारे में चर्चा हुई है। तो हमने बच्चों को बताया हुआ है कि अगर इन केस ऐसा हो जाता है, तो जैसे मैंने पहले इनको वार्निंग दी होती है कि जब ऐसा होता है तब सारे बच्चे जहाँ भी होते हैं लेट जाते हैं।
इनसे एक बार ड्रिल आप करवा के बताएं, क्या ड्रिल करवा?
बिल्कुल सर, मैं करके रख देता हूँ। जब बच्चों को ऐसा हो जाता है, एकदम फायरिंग की आवाज़ आ जाती है, तो हम सारे बच्चों को बोलते हैं सभी नीचे बैठ जाओ, सभी नीचे।
So you see that the children along with the teachers, they have gone down, because it is important. First, if there is a trajectory weapon, it will blast like that. So the implications will be somewhere who is standing, but those who are down, those who have taken the cover, it will be lesser impact for them, and that's why all the children here, they have taken the shelter under this. बेटा क्या बताया सर ने आपको अगर फायर हो जाए?
सर जी ने हमें बताया कि हमें किसी मोर्चे में छुप जाना है, किसी कमरे के नीचे लेट जाना, कोने में जाके
कोने में या फिर किसी कमरे में लेट जाना है, बंकर में छिप जाना है. They have been taught, and also they have been taught how to move out of the class by just crawling, because it is not a suitable time that they will get to go up, and the teachers are themselves teaching. See the government teachers how they are ensuring that the children move out of the room, because this is very important, because children do not get that time at that given point when the firing is taking place that they stand, because that can invite the problems or any of the hits to them. And that's why they are crawling themselves from the classrooms, going to the other room, that is the principal's room, that has a concrete wall, can act like a semi-bunker. And these are the preparations that are being done in the area of the international border, because these preparations are must. Reason being the situation that is prevailing on the borders.
In fact, we also have Harsha who's joining us from Jammu's Poonch. Harsha, you have been reporting from the last villages along the border. You've been showing us the bunkers, how the people are in those villages preparing themselves. What is the latest as far as the situation there in Poonch of Jammu is concerned?
So, Rakshita, as you pointed out rightly, that there are civilians who are completely ready, because at the time of the war, civilians have to ensure that they are prepared, and there's a particular shelter or the bunker where they can hide at the time of the war. And that is the reason why we have been continuously showcasing that how the last villages are there, not only standing with the army, but are completely ready at the time of the emergency. Right now, also where I'm standing, this is this village, Salotri, is a very close proximity to the LOC. The fencing, the LOC is just 20 meters away from where I'm standing, and the last village is also Khadi and also Gulpur. So these border villages are very important as far as the operations are also concerned. And if there will be a shelling from the side of the Pakistan, then how these people are going to combat and deal with that situation, that has been taught to them, and the forces have also trained them how to respond. So the first response is very much important. Also tomorrow is a mock drill, and before that mock drill today in the government school in this village, and also in the bunkers also the mock drill took place. They also prepared themselves about the emergency situation where they will be participating tomorrow when the mock drill happens. Also, Rakshita, I'll show you the dense forest where the SOG carried out search operation not only today but yesterday as well, because in the Poonch area IEDs were discovered yesterday in the tiffin box and in the steel bucket. So it is also important, keeping in mind that Poonch is a very rough terrain. It's a very sensitive terrain as far as in past the shelling and the ceasefire violation from the Pakistan is considered, and therefore whenever the villagers suspect there is a suspicious movement in the nearby area, because this is a very close area to the LC, then immediately SOG comes here. They conduct a search operation to neutralize any potential threat. So this is what we are trying to report from here, and trying to showcase that how people in the sensitive terrain are living, and also they're standing with the forces, because on the front army will fight, but on the back these villages will stand with army and provide them with every necessity and whatever they can to help the forces with ration, with food, with whatever, and any possible way the support could be given. And that is the reason why the villages in this Poonch area becomes very much important when the war will hit, and how our forces are completely ready and set when the situation like that arises. Back to you, Rakshita.
Harsha, thanks so much for joining us with those details. In fact, we also have my colleague Soumya, who has reported from Kupwara, where after an intelligence input and a joint operation was launched, the SOG was involved, and the forested areas, the forested hilly areas were combed by the forces. Here's more on that.
In the backdrop of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed 26 innocent lives, special search operations have been beefed up across Jammu and Kashmir by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir's SOG. Now today we bring you a latest update in the developing situation here, where a special search operation is currently underway, led by the Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir. This operation was initiated following credible reports from local civilians who detected suspicious movements here in this dense forest area of Kupwara. For security reasons, we are not going to reveal the exact location. However, acting swiftly on this intelligence, the SOG has launched a meticulous and strategic search to locate and neutralize any potential threat. This forested terrain, known for its challenging landscape, is being thoroughly combed to ensure no stone is left unturned. However, if we talk about the tip by the civilian given to the SOG, the movement was detected down here on this side of the forest. This is where the movement was detected by the local civilian here. After that, as per the SOG, this particular forest is one of the most commonly used route by the terrorists, who often cross the LOC to get inside the interiors of Kashmir. If SOGs are to be believed, on the top of this mountain range of this dense forest, there are multiple hideouts that have been busted by the SOGs, and this is one of the most commonly used routes by the terrorists, who use this to get inside the interiors of Kashmir, because this particular forest connects to the Lolab Valley, which is on this side of the forest, and is considered as a hub of terrorists who cross the LOC and try to make an attempt to get into the interiors of Kashmir. This is one such special operation that is conducted by the SOG here today in Kashmir. This is Soumya Jaiswal with Vijay Manish for Republic TV.
So Republic TV viewers continue to report from the front. I thank all our reporters, Simran Rawat and Harsha, who joining us live on the broadcast from several fronts. And Republic TV's rolling coverage continues as India vows revenge, and the revenge is coming, viewers. We'll be right back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the verge of collapse, right? Economic collapse.
Right, we will let's take another look at breaking news. Now, in a major breakthrough against the ISI-backed cross-border terror networks, the SSOC Amritsar, in a joint operation with Central Agency, recovers a cache of terrorist hardware in an intelligence-led operation in the forested area near Tibba Nangal Kular Road, SBS Nagar. 2 rocket-propelled grenades, 2 improvised explosive devices, 5 P-86 hand grenades, and 1 wireless communication set recovered. DRDO and Indian Navy successfully undertook a combat firing with a reduced explosive of the indigenously designed and developed multi-influence ground mine. Rajnath Singh also complimented DRDO, Indian Navy and the industry on this achievement. He said that the system would further enhance undersea warfare capabilities of the Indian Navy. Indian Army honed their combat skills in an integrated surveillance and firepower exercise, mastering drills and refining procedures. Spear Corps warriors executed seamless battlefield surveillance to precision strikes, sharpening crew proficiency and elevating combat readiness. The exercise brought out teamwork with various arms and ITBP, thus pushing limits, perfecting joint operations and staying mission ready. on the high-risk Srinagar-Jammu National Highway. Security measures are evolving rapidly. Jammu and Kashmir police are deploying advanced surveillance devices to boost counter-terror operations and safeguard personnel. These devices can detect body heat in total darkness through fog or even behind the dense cover, making them a powerful asset during night operations and search missions. Jammu and Kashmir roped in a technologically advanced armoured vehicle for anti-terror operations positioned strategically on the Jammu-Srinagar highway. This high-mobility armoured unit is built to withstand both bullets and blasts. From the inside, the vehicle is a tactical nerve centre fitted with night vision systems, GPS tracking and secure communication channels for real-time coordination. Now, Pakistan continues with its unprovoked firings, viewers, and along the border, the bunkers are being fortified. In the latest, we have my colleague Bhaskar, who has reported from the Samba sector, where the Samba administration has expedited the construction of the border bunkers. Take a look at this report.
इस वक्त हम लोग है जम्मू के अंदर जो संबा सेक्टर के अंदर एक एलओसी के बिल्कुल बगल वाले इलाका में, और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि बंकर तैयारी का जो वो काम चल रहा है। कुल मिला के 12 बंकर इधर बन चुका है। ये आखिरी बंकर है जो भी 2 दिन के अंदर तैयार हो जाएगा। और इन लोगों का कहना है कि एक बंकर में कम से कम 40 से 50 लोग रह सकते हैं। अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो इसके अंदर सारे जो इंतज़ाम भी रहेगा। और देखिए यहाँ पे जो बंकर तैयारी का काम जो चल रहा है वो काम इधर तेज़ी से चल रहा है। और ये सारे चीज़ें सब बता रहे हैं कि ये आखिर में जो युद्ध हो सकता है उसी का प्रिपरेशन है। इंडिया की तरफ से रिवेंज लिया जाएगा, लेकिन सारे इंतज़ाम यहाँ पे आम लोग कर चुके हैं कि कोई भी दिन अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो ये सारे बंकर में वो लोग शेल्टर ले सकते हैं।
The Indian Army Spear Corps is raising the bar. In fact, it has sharpened the combat readiness and is not just training, they're also setting the standard for modern day warfare. Here's a look at this very special video.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Tuesday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, the big news coming in right now. India has issued a NOTAM for a big exercise coming up in Rajasthan. We'll get you all the details in a short while from now. The other big details that we are also getting you tonight is how Pakistan army has been completely thinned out. As far as what's really happening in Balochistan, key areas, key checkposts have now been taken under control by the Balochistan Liberation Army. We'll get you full details of it and the big news coming in of an IED explosion that has taken place where Pakistani soldiers have been injured. All this and much more in this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Pakistan completely loses the grip at its western border. Balochistan Liberation Army rebels launch fresh coordinated attacks on Pakistani forces. Open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against the Pakistan army. Pakistan rebuked at United Nations Security Council over Pahalgam attack. Members reject the false flag narrative, calls the missile tests escalatory.
आज एक खास सोच के साथ आए थे, एक खास जज्बे के
साथ आए थे, हमने डिस्कस करना था इस सारी सूरत हाल को, लेकिन किसको सुनाया? तो इसलिए मैं कम से कम ऐवान से जाना चाहता हूं और इस ऐवान का वजीर हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाहता।
Pakistani politician exposes Pakistan says the country must take war with India seriously. A strategic silence by the Indian armed forces. And as they say, revenge is best served cold, and that's exactly what's happening. Starting with the breaking news now coming in, India has issued a nota for a fairly large air exercise along the southern section of its border with Pakistan. It is scheduled between 7th and 8th of May. In fact, what we are picking up is that this is going to be conducted by the Indian Air Force. Right now, the coordinates have also been issued. Remember, these are warnings that have been issued so that the airspace can be completely cleared out. Over the last 7 days, there have been at least 2 major exercises that have been carried out. One by the Indian Navy, that's along the Arabian Sea. And as far as this exercise is concerned, remember, this exercise, we are now being told that is being carried out in Rajasthan. It's a 2-day exercise, a fairly large exercise that is going to be carried out. Initial details basically emerging that this could be an integrated air exercise to be carried out, looking into the air defense and a few other issues that would be settled during this particular exercise to be carried out. Multiple air exercises that are now being carried out. In fact, what you see right now are details of the coordinates that have been put out by the Air Force. In fact, let's just take you through some of the details emerging right now with regards to the air exercise. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not a scheduled air exercise. Unlike what we have seen in the past, where remember these would have been a scheduled air exercise, keeping in mind the current situation. All 3 services, starting with the Indian Army, then Indian Navy, and now the Air Force carrying out. First, as far as the Indian Army is concerned, military drills that have already been carried out in Rajasthan. We are being told that a similar sort of exercise is once again scheduled in the coming few days as far as the army is concerned, which is essentially going to use several of the multi-barrel rocket launchers, and as far as cruise missiles are concerned, are also going to be tested by the Indian Army in the next few days itself. That's the other big breaking news now coming in. Let me also tell you what's happening with the Indian Navy. As far as the Indian Navy is concerned, along with the Indian Coast Guard, there is also another exercise that is being carried out. This is along the Arabian Sea. Patrolling has also been increased along the Arabian Sea at this point in time, with offshore patrol vessels that have been introduced by the Indian Coast Guard along with the Indian Navy to carry out precision attacks. In fact, surface-to-surface air missiles have also been tested by the Indian Navy. Now, the other big news now coming in is with the NOTAM that has been issued a short while back, clearly goes on to indicate that the Indian Air Force has now also carried out another air exercise, is what we are being told right now. These are the details that are emerging right now. In a short while from now, we are also going to get you more details as to what this air exercise is all about. The preliminary information that we have is that the Indian Air Force is going to carry out their exercise. This is followed by the exercise that was carried out by the Indian Navy as well as the Army. The top story tonight on This Is Exclusive. The focus has been on what's happening inside Balochistan and the very fact that the Pakistani army has been completely thinned out. A significant development that has taken place with key areas in Balochistan being taken into consideration by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, checkposts are under their control. We're being told that there is a retaliatory measure that has been taken by the Pakistan Army. The latest details coming in. First, with regards to the breaking news, a deadly IED blast has struck a military convoy in the Gishtari area of Bolan district in Balochistan, killing 6 Pakistani army personnel. including a special operations commander, injuring 5 others. And now the explosion occurred during a routine patrol between Amir Post and Ali Khan Base. According to sources, this attack marks a significant escalation in the violence in this particular area, in this province. Now, remember, over the last 4 days, Balochistan Liberation Army has been able to take control of certain checkposts, certain cities, particularly in Kalat. As far as Pakistani army is concerned, the Pakistani army has also been inflicted with several damages. Now, I'm going to take you through some of the details, some of the key areas in Balochistan which has been taken under control. In Balochistan itself, you have the Pakistani army losing control over these very areas. Let's begin with the first few areas that in the last few days, starting from Friday, the first attack that took place was on Friday. Subsequently, on Saturday and Sunday too, we are given to understand, continued till about late last evening, these coordinated assaults have been carried out in a place called Mangochar. What you see here on your screens right now, this strip of the road in Mangochar is basically used by the Pakistani army to ferry their movement of weapons, basically moving towards you have some of the port areas where the weapons are basically being sent. Now that has been blocked. Let's also take you through the other area. This part of the Kalat district, Khazane, it's again for the first time that these key areas have been taken under control by the Balochistan Liberation Army. But the fact of the matter is that it sends across a very strong message. Now, this is one side of the problem that the Pakistani army basically faces. Let's also take you through what's really happening as far as the Durand line is concerned. In Durand line, a short while back, we've got the information that there has been a mass exodus that has taken place. And that has once again put the Pakistani establishment on the back foot. The reason being the Taliban has issued a fresh statement. Let me take you through the details that's emerging. I'll go across to Republic reporter Hashmat, who's joining us from Kabul right now. Hashmat, thank you very much for joining us from Kabul. You've sent us the first report from the Durand line. And from Durand line, what we saw, there was a mass exodus. How exactly is the Taliban basically responding? Is there some sort of an ultimatum that has been given to the Pakistanis?
Good evening, sir, to you, to all viewers. As you know, the crisis going on India with Pakistan, but the relation of Afghanistan and Pakistan is not hopeful. A few minutes ago, the ex-president Hamid Karzai wrote it on his X account that the Pakistan didn't name their rockets on Afghan famous personalities. And also, ex-president Karzai said that there is no good behavior with Afghan refugees in Pakistan. Also in Juryland, I have reported that in this 2 months, 34 बच्चे दुनिया में आए हैं और बहुत लोग तकलीफ में हर रोज the dozens of refugees are arrested by Pakistan police and they are deporting from Pahalgam Gate and Juryland. As I have speak with many social activists, journalists, and political persons, they condemn this action of Pakistan, and also I have reported from the Juryland that there is a lot of problems and health department, also another department for the refugees. Also, the thing that in the Spielberg, that the Juryland and the Kandahar province, there's also not good behavior with the pupil refugees, and also Pakistan police didn't let the pupil with their visa on that gate. And also in Turkham, there's challenges, problems, and there is no good behavior with the refugees, and the refugees in a bad position in the Turkham camp.
But a quick question with regards to the latest statement that has now been put by the Taliban on the Kashmir issue. Clearly, the Taliban has been supporting India's position on this entire issue. Has there been any other development that has taken place? Because I just saw a short while back, there was a statement that was put out by the Taliban. What is it about?
Sir, as I guess, as a journalist and social activist, a lot of Taliban leaders, they supported India. Because of this, that the foreign ministry also have press releases that they said they want good economic relation with the Indians, and also they said that the Kashmir issue is a big risk for all countries, and we want good economic relation with the Indians. Also, Afghan Interior Minister and also Foreign Minister and many Afghan Taliban leaders have met Indian diplomats last month. And as I have reported, but it's not confirmed, that here in the Indian embassy, every day the Indian diplomats have good meetings with Taliban leaders. But when I go the last days to Sirens, I speak with many Taliban commanders, and also that I have get from social media. All of them condemned the Kashmir happening. Also, they want to have good relations with India.
On with us, because I also have Republic Defense Strategy expert joining us, Major Samarpal Tur. Major Tur, you've heard what has essentially happened right now. I'm told that we have lost the line with Major Tur. We'll go back to him in a short while from now. I'm going to just quickly take you through some of the visuals and how both are basically interlinked. The fact that what you're seeing right now on the screens, these are the coordinated assault that has been carried out by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, you have had key defense installations in Balochistan where these attacks have been carried out, putting the Pakistanis completely on the back foot. So much so that the Pakistanis had to call in for additional reinforcements to basically tackle the growing hostility in Balochistan. With the Balochistan Liberation Army being able to send across a very, very strong message. In fact, you've had most of these structures that you see which have been attacked, local police station that has been attacked. Some of the Pakistani policemen, they have been taken into the custody by the Balochistan Liberation Army. If I can just quickly take you through a shift focus to what's really happening along the Durand line, as we've got another report coming up, and Hashmat is joining us from Kabul. I want to also quickly move on to what's really happening along the Durand line. On your screens right now, it's the AFPAC face-off that's actually taking place 3 kilometers away from the Durand line, where this report has just been filed by Hashmat. In fact, Hashmat has spoken to several of the refugees there. Now, this report that Hashmat has sent us is from Turkham. In Turkham itself, several of these refugees who were asked to leave Pakistan are all camping here. And because of this current situation, the Taliban has basically sent across a message to the Pakistan that they are not going to accept this anymore. And they want the situation to be resolved because the exodus basically continues. In fact, we're given to understand the number of people who have actually come in has also increased. Can I also have Hashmat back joining us live from Kabul right now? Republic, the only network to get you a live presence also from Kabul, because right now Pakistan has been squeezed from all sides. Now the latest coming in from Afghanistan, where Hashmat is reporting. Hashmat, what's the situation like along the Durand line? Because you were reporting from there over the last few days, the latest report that you have sent us today. is an indication that the exodus basically continues. More of the refugees are coming in from Pakistan.
हाँ सर, अभी जो मैं मेरा कुछ दोस्त लोग उधर है, मैं उसके साथ रिलेशन भी और मैंने कॉल किया आज देख रहा है वीडियोस में अभी हर रोज dozens of Afghan refugees have been arrested by Pakistan police army and they have deported to Afghanistan. Yesterday I have reported that in just 2 or 1 month more than 30 माओं ने अपने बच्चों को जन्म दिया है, लेकिन उधर जो हेल्थ इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह है उधर वो लोग प्रॉब्लम्स में। और मैंने जब ये रिपोर्ट और ये तस्वीर जो बनाता था तो जो तालिब कमांडर लोग वहाँ खड़े थे और मैंने कहा कि मैं ये तस्वीर ले रहा हूँ, वो बहुत गुस्से में था और जो पेशामद था और जिस तरह अफगान मार्जिन को निकाल रहा था, उन्होंने कहा चल एक बार ये रिफ्यूजी निकालने दे, फिर हम देख लेंगे हम क्या करेंगे। ये लोग बहुत गुस्से में था, आम लोग बहुत गुस्से में था। उन लोग कह रहे हैं कि उनके पैसे सब कुछ चीजें उनके छोड़कर पाकिस्तान से जबरदस्ती डिपोर्ट किया है। और अभी जो एक और मसला है जो पाकिस्तान में PLA और PDM और जो पश्तून पठान लीडर्स उधर है उन्होंने भी ये हरकत को कॉन्डेम किया और अगेंस्ट इंडिया जो वार होने वाला है और हो सके उन्होंने कहा हम किसी वार में हिस्सा नहीं लेंगे।
हाशमत, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं करना चाहूंगा आपसे, क्योंकि आपने लगातार तालिबान से भी बात करने की कोशिश की और उन्होंने भी ये कहा कि जिस तरह से इस वक्त पाकिस्तान में सियासत चल रही है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, वो साफ तरीके से एक तरह उन्होंने अल्टीमेटम दे दिया। इस वक्त पाकिस्तान को एक अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है कि आखिरकार दुरंत वाले मामले को सॉल्व करे और भारत की बात को लेकर भी साफ तरीके से तालिबान ये करे कि इसके पीछे पाकिस्तान का हाथ है।
हाँ सर, यही था। मैं जब गया था कुछ तालिब कमांडर्स और सोल्जर थे तो जो वो कमरे के सामने नहीं आता, तो जब मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मैं इधर आया हूँ रिफ्यूजी के हालत में, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम देख लेंगे जब ये रिफ्यूजी निकलेंगे तो हम जो भी हमारा बस में हम वही करेंगे। यानी जनरली सब लोग गुस्से में था, आम लोग और तालिब कमांडर लोग जो थे। और जब मैंने देखा तो सब में तो मुझे सिचुएशन अभी भी अच्छा नहीं लगा और इन माय माइंड हो सकता है जब 1 महीने जो पहले जो क्लैश हुआ था हो सकता है जो बिहेवियर जो रिफ्यूजी के साथ हो रहा है हो सकता है तो हम में फिर भी अफगान तालिबान और पाकिस्तान आर्मी दरमियान क्लैश होंगे।
Thank you very much, Hashmat, for getting us the latest report from Afghanistan. Our continuous focus has been how Pakistan has been completely isolated in a way, and the fact that even Taliban has put the gun on their heads right now. Shifting focus now to a very special segment that we're getting to you tonight is with regards to how exactly, in a world where there is speed, there is precision, which basically defines supremacy, India's BrahMos missile stands as a symbol of unmatched power and purpose. It's born from the Indo-Russian collaboration and rooted in divine legacy. BrahMos, in fact, is not just a missile. It's a modern-day Brahmastra. And it's a supersonic, with its speed that it has, pinpoint accuracy, multi-platform versatility, it reshapes the rules of engagement. In fact, a guardian of strategic deterrence and a tool of surgical precision, BrahMos reinforces India's resolve to lead with control, not chaos. This is more than just a weapon. It's a statement of strength, sovereignty, and cultural pride. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in this segment that what we are calling now as Know Your Arms and Ammunition, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be proud to know how India is well poised with this cruise missile. We're going to just take you through a snippet of some of the exercises that have been carried out in the last few months and some of the military drills that have been carried out in the last few days itself. And the BrahMos missile has been extensively used by the Indian Army. We are going to show you some of the images that have never been released before this. In fact, for the first time, you're essentially going to see some of those very images of the exercises that have been carried out. First, let's take a look at those very images, because this is for the first time that you're basically looking at some of these drills that have been carried out. Can we first show the videos once again to our viewers, and then I'm going to take you through why this is so very significant and why it strengthens our army like never before. Well, what makes the BrahMos missile so very special? Because of its unmatched precision. In fact, this is one of the few cruise missiles that can actually penetrate some of the most well-known air defense system, and that's the reason why it's called the most lethal cruise missiles that has actually been designed. Remember, there's a lot that has gone into the research and development of the BrahMos. This is a collaboration between India and Russia. But I'm going to just quickly take you through why it has got unmatched precision and the fact that it can also make certain deviations while even after a target is actually locked. Now, let me tell you why this is so very powerful and so very useful for the Indian Army. A, because it flies at speeds at up to Mach 3. These are supersonic speed that we are essentially talking about. Let's move to the other. It's extremely hard to intercept due to the high speed, and that's the reason why I've been saying that even the best of air defense sometimes would actually fail if a cruise missile like BrahMos is actually fired. It delivers precision strikes within just a few meters. So if you look at the strategic depth that we are essentially talking about, this goes way ahead. It reduces the enemy reaction time. So once it is fired, once the targets are essentially locked, there is very little time for navigation, for the maneuverability. It reduces, as I just pointed out, the time that you're basically looking at. It can be launched from land, sea and air, and that is the reason why it can be used by any of our tri-services, and the fact that it can be used from any platform. Integrated with the Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jets, so that is the reason why, remember, with the Air Force also carrying out this in very of the exercises that they have carried out in the past, they've used this. Deployed on the naval destroyers as well as the submarines, so that makes the platform versatility that this missile actually has got. Ideal for flexible battlefield operations, so it basically helps you to look at long range precision strikes. Its original range was basically limited to 290 kilometers. Now that has also been upgraded over a period of time. There are new variants that have also been brought in, and that, ladies and gentlemen, can actually reach about 800 kilometers. So as far as Pakistan is concerned, remember, many of their cities are well within our range right now with kind of missiles that we have got. April 2025 test hit about 800 kilometer target. So look at what they've been able to achieve. In the multiple military drills that have been carried out in the last few months itself, they've been able to capture this. In fact, in November 2025, the test was to enhance the stealth feature. So that is the reason why, even when you have an air defense system, perhaps not very sure as far as the Iron Dome is concerned, but the other air defense system may not be in a position to actually identify or intercept them. It carries both nuclear as well as conventional warheads. Now that's the payload that I'm essentially talking about. It's suited for strategic as well as tactical missions. Let's take you through the others. Can neutralize high value enemy targets because of the reach that it has. Earlier it was limited. Now it has been enhanced, so you're looking at a target as far as perhaps even Islamabad here. Effective against land and sea threats. These are some of the reasons why this becomes extremely crucial for the Indian Army. It strengthens India's credible minimum deterrence, the very fact that you have a missile of this nature. In fact, there are other countries who have expressed the desire to procure the BrahMos missile from India. It's the strategic impact that it has. Let's move on. Right now, it enables deep strikes inside the hostile territory, as I just pointed out, in terms of the range that it has. It has got a big boost right now with the change that has been brought in. Let's move on. Now, this is the last important strategic impact point that I'm also going to just show you right now as far as their technological and defense autonomy is concerned, because right now, large part of the manufacturing that we're talking about of this missile actually happens here in India itself. And that is the reason why, as you said, it's a greatly indigenous ammunition that has now been built by India. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll be back tomorrow with more exclusive stories, reports, and also our new segment that we've brought in, Know Your Arms and Ammunition.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war? They don't have.
India is on high alert, and we are all preparing for a big mock drill tomorrow across the country. From advanced surveillance technology on the Srinagar-Jammu highway to the deployment of high-tech command vehicles, our forces leaving nothing to chance. This is at a time when experts warn that Pakistan's terror game is backfiring. Its military preparedness is under question. Join us as we break down Pakistan's miscalculations, analyze its depleting ammunition stocks, and decode the strategic significance of India's Pinaka missile system. Is Pakistan's house of cards crumbling? We'll get you that and more here on Forces First with me, Niranjan. In a bid to bolster the counter-terror operations, the Jammu and Kashmir police are leveraging cutting-edge surveillance technology on the Srinagar-Jammu highway with advanced tools that can detect body heat in the darkness, fog, or through foliage. Security forces now better equipped to track suspects and stay one step ahead of potential threats. Let's take a closer look at the technology that's enhancing troop safety in high-threat zones, especially in Jammu and Kashmir.
Highly advanced surveillance system can be seen here on the national highway. This is Srinagar, Jammu, a critical juncture of the highway, and the kind of advanced equipment that we see here. This is one of the images, and this is thermal wall detector that my Vijay Mubashir is showing you. Detects movements or heat signatures behind walls or solid surfaces. Then we have the handheld thermal imager, detects body heat and displays thermal signatures even in the tool darkest. Helps locate hidden persons, used for night patrolling, perimeter security and tracking movement in dense areas. Then this is the optical fiber scope, a flexible camera. This is equipped to use to see into confined or hidden spaces, allow security personnel to detect or to inspect behind walls. It's a critical during hostage rescue or clearing suspicious hideouts. Helps confirm the presence of threats before entering into a particular space. These are such equipments that they will even reveal the minute details, minute items that a person tries to hide. These kind of equipments are usually used by Jammu and Kashmir police, those who are deployed on the critical junctures like the national highway, and it not only provides the information but it reveals even what is behind the camera, and not only in the daytime but also these equipments are quite helpful during the night, dark hours, providing a helping hand while dealing with the threats on ground.
In a strategic move to bolster the security on the highways, the police has also deployed its advanced command vehicles in Kazigund, a stretch that has faced serious terrorist threats. Now, this high-tech armored unit is designed for counter-terror operations and rapid response, equipped with state-of-the-art features to ensure swift and safe deployment of personnel. Here's a report filed by my colleague Zinat.
I'm reporting from command vehicle of Jammu and Kashmir police, and this is an armed fortress on the wheels and highly equipped with the advanced technology. As my Vijay Mubashir is showing you the visuals from this very vehicle that plays a critical role in the high-risk operations across the Kashmir Valley. This vehicle is built to withstand bullets and grenade attacks, keeping our frontier personnel safe during the counter-terror ops and raids in volatile Kashmir Valley. Equipped with firing ports, a top hatch for armed retaliation, and advanced surveillance tools like night vision and GPS tracking. This is more than just transport. It's a mobile command post. Right now it's on the patrol duty in a sensitive locations like Srinagar Jammu National Highway, and this is a Kazigund, which is a critical juncture, ready to respond within minutes to any potential threat. As there is an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, we see these vehicles on the standby mode, and in fact the visuals that we beam also tells you how the surveillance is being done while being inside the vehicle. This is one of the such visuals where you see the monitoring is being done, the kind of equipments that it has, from fixed bullet cameras, PTZ cameras, to pneumatic mast, and similarly a thorough wall radar, the remotely piloted vehicle. All this is inside this vehicle. This is more like a bulletproof vehicle, which is this vehicle, this fortress is on the wheels, that tells you that how the operations are done, and also how you carry the patrol duties, because the kind of outside view it also gives you then, because of the highly equipped equipments that it had, tells about the operations stories of Jammu and Kashmir Police.
In this section, retired Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, a seasoned Indian Air Force veteran, delves into the mounting crisis within Pakistan's military and political structure. Drawing powerful parallels with the collapse of the Soviet Union, he examines the internal fault lines, Balochistan, Sindh, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Punjab, that threaten to fragment Pakistan under the weight of its own economic collapse and military overreach. Pakistan, he says, could head into a four-way split.
As per my analysis, Pakistan's architecture is very weak. I just mentioned to you, the Balochistan, Sindhis, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are already on a point of, at the level of disenchantment. They want to get rid of this Punjabi-centric military, which is oppressive in nature, which is unified, where all generals have become traders. They trade in so many things. And plus, you'll notice one pattern. After retirement, have you seen where are the generals? They don't stay in their own country. Musharraf went to Dubai. The last one is in UK. It happens that way. That means they do not find place in their own country to live after retirement. It's a tipping point. It's a tipping point, Pranav, for our country. If we just provide soft support along with the kinetic action, the goal of this initiative should be to bring all the four pieces apart. There are four pieces: Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, Sindh and Punjab. What I'm trying to say, our operations must aim that after this, you don't have a Pakistan, you have four parts. And that is the only solution to bring peace and we getting rid of the kind of terrorism we are facing. Because as long as military remains in charge, just to extend General Munir's period in the country or extend his assignment, he creates a problem. It happened with Musharraf. It happens with all of them. The military being charged of the whole thing and political authority being subsumed by them is not the way for a country. A country should have a civilian government. And I think even Pakistanis, Baluchis, or Sindhis, or Punjabis, or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pashtuns, they deserve this. It is their true fight, and they must get rid of this military, which is self-centric and doesn't look after its own people.
An individual moving suspiciously in the Baisaran meadows of Pahalgam was nabbed by security forces during a combing operation. The suspect, identified as Ahmad Bilal, was wearing a bulletproof jacket at the time of his capture. The suspect didn't give clear, cogent answers when grilled by our forces and was taken into custody. Ex-servicemen in the valley have written to the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, offering to extend all assistance in ensuring security in the rural areas amid escalating border tensions with Pakistan. The Jammu and Kashmir Ex-Services League has extended full support to forces, civil administration in tackling any potential escalation of tensions in the region. In line with the directive by the MHA, The Chandigarh administration will hold mock civil defence drills tomorrow to assess public preparedness in keeping themselves safe in the event of an air raid. As part of the scheduled back-to-back mock drills on Wednesday, all lights would be turned off as the siren goes off. A suspected terror associate was detained, booked by Poonch police, identified as Mohammad Qayyum. The suspected overground worker or terror suspect is believed to have been in touch with the handlers of Pakistan-based terror groups. Mock civil defence drills will be held across 244 districts across India, which are home to vital and sensitive public installations such as nuclear plants and refineries. Now, these drills would focus on the safekeeping of sensitive assets, including military bases and hydroelectric dams, in the event of a hostile attack. And on Forces First now, Major General Rajan Kochhar weighs in on Pakistan's ammunition durability in the event of war with India. Let's dive into the analysis of Pakistan's military preparedness or lack thereof and the potential longevity of its ammunition supplies. Take a look.
At a situation where we know that war will happen any time, or probably India will definitely strike any time. Now in all this, there is a big question that when you war, you fight with ammunitions. Both the sides, they are definitely like piling up to their stocks. How long do you think will Pakistan's ammunitions last if India goes on a full-scale war?
A very good question, because most of us focus on operational art, how the infantry is going to fight, how the armored is going to fight, how the artillery is going to deploy resources. But the most important factor of any good army is the logistics.
Right.
So ammunition is one important part of war fighting capability. So every nation has a war wastage reserve.
War wastage reserve. Okay.
And we call it WWR.
Okay.
So this war wastage reserve is as part of the government policy. How many days of reserves you visualize to hold in case of a conflict.
Okay.
Our philosophy has been 30 days intense and 30 days
reserve.
Normal.
Normal.
So if you convert the normal into intense, the ratio is 1:3. So that implies that the Indian Army is capable of 40 days intense war.
Okay.
That is the capability of the Indian Army to fight for 40 days without looking back.
Okay.
Because you have those resources, ammunition.
Without calling for extra ammunition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, similarly, Pakistan Army has also a similar kind of a concept. But you'll be surprised to know that today the Pakistan Army has only 7 to 10 days of WWR.
Okay.
That means they have the ammunition for intense conflict for not more than 7 to 8 days.
Okay.
And that is why you are seeing all their envoys, Bilawal Bhutto, everybody asking for international intervention to stop the war, because you see, bravado is one thing.
They know they will have to surrender.
Yes. General Munir is showing bravado today. He's showing, okay, you
that posturing.
Take on, posturing.
Yeah. False posturing, you can say.
Absolutely. And that posturing has to be followed by the ground realities. The ground realities suggest that the Pakistan Army, in the worst case scenario also, can stretch it up to 10 days.
Okay.
Then what happens? Within the own nation, you must have the surge capacity.
Okay. Okay.
For example, you must have a defense ecosystem within the country for manufacturing of ammunition. Because as and when the ammunition is getting expanded,
requirement,
you have the capability to manufacture it also.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in Pakistan, it is only the Pakistan ordnance factories which are manufacturing ammunition. They don't have private sector involved in manufacturing of ammunition.
Republic brings you the ground reality from the Sundarbani sector, one of the hotspots along the line of control that's been witnessing intense ceasefire violation by Pakistan. And for the last 11 days, Pakistan's unprovoked firing has targeted various areas in Jammu, including Akhnur, Poonch, Rajouri and Sundarbani. Take a closer look at the situation on the ground and the impact of Pakistan's endless ceasefire violation, especially on the local population here.
भारत के तरफ से कोई प्रोवोकेशन के बिना ही पाकिस्तान के तरफ से लगातार सीजफायर वायलेशन किया जा रहा है और जम्मू के जितने सारे सेक्टर है जो एलओसी के पास है वो सारे इलाका पे सीजफायर वायलेशन कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान। इस वक्त हम लोग है सुंदरबनी सेक्टर पे और यहाँ पे ये जो एरिया है इसके पीछे ही है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के दूसरी तरफ से पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लगातार सीजफायर वायलेशन किया जा रहा है और सिर्फ सुंदरबनी नहीं, सुंदरबनी के साथ साथ अखनूर या फिर पूंछ जैसे सेक्टर है जम्मू के एलओसी के बराबर, वो सारे सेक्टर में एलओसी के बराबर पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कोई प्रोवोकेशन के बिना ही सीजफायर वायलेशन किया जा रहा है और भारतीय सेना के तरफ से जो जवाब भी दिया जा रहा है पाकिस्तान को। और इस वक्त ये जो सुंदरबनी सेक्टर है ये सेक्टर काफ़ी दिनों से, पिछले कई दिनों से यहाँ पे सीजफायर वायलेशन को यहाँ पे हो रहा है और भारत की तरफ से भी सीजफायर वायलेशन के जो जवाब दिया जा रहा है। और ये जो इलाका है ये इलाका बहुत सारे पेड़ों में घिरा हुआ है और इसी के सहारे पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो मिलिटेंट्स है उन लोगों को इन्फिल्ट्रेशन करने की कोशिश पाकिस्तान करता है हर रोज़, लेकिन वीर भारतीय सेना के सामने ये कोशिश नाकाम हो जाता है और इसी वजह ये पाकिस्तान जैसे एक टेररिस्ट हब वो लगातार सीजफायर वायलेशन कर रहा है जिसके अंदर ये सुंदरबनी जो सेक्टर है।
India's defense capabilities are unmatched and the defense system in focus is the formidable Pinaka missile system. My colleague Shravan Sen decodes the strategic significance of India's advanced multi-barrel rocket launcher system. Here's what makes Pinaka a complete game changer.
The deserts of Pokhran. Just about a few days ago, Indian Army basically carried out a drill. Now, this military drill was extremely unique. The reason why I use the word unique is because it uses India's indigenously built Pinaka missile. It's a multi-barrel rocket launcher that has been used by the military. Interestingly, I'm given to understand that this same military drill will be exercised once again in the days to come. And this perhaps sends across a very strong message to those who have been saying that why are we really silent? Because this is a strategic silence as we understand. Now, the usage of Pinaka, which is a multi-barrel rocket launcher, it's indigenously built, and the very fact that it's, as the word suggests, it is a convergence of our cultural heritage as well as our defense capabilities. And the fact that this is this entire multi-rocket launcher has unmatched firepower. What I'm going to essentially help you understand is the significance of the military drill itself and the usage of this multi-barrel rocket launcher. Let's begin by understanding what exactly is this missile about and why is it that the Indian Army is so very proud about. Now, the reason number one, it's devastating capabilities, which is basically underscored by its ability to launch a salvo of about 72 rockets. And think about it, in just 44 seconds, 72 rockets that can be launched. And let's talk about the strategic depth. How far can it actually reach? And that, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually going to shock you because it can deliver up to 7 tons of explosive across enemy targets, and that to about 60 kilometers away. Now, there are other variants of it, and if you take a look about the new variants that are essentially coming up, the distance can actually go up to 200 kilometers. Now, what does it mean? You are in a striking distance of some of Pakistan's big cities, and it is well within the range of the Indian Army. Now, as far as its deployment is concerned and how it has been used by the Indian Army, we are given to understand that there are multiple efforts that are essentially being used or being done to deploy it in forward areas. And it would be essentially done to ensure that it sends across the message that this is, after all, India's indigenous rocket artillery powerhouse. And the Pinaka, which has been designed in India and developed by the DRDO along with a handful of other Indian companies, it sends across the right message to our enemies. That striking distance, they are within a striking distance.
Civil defense personnel in Jaisalmer are gearing up for a crucial mock drill, testing their preparedness and response to emergency situations, with sirens blaring, equipment being checked, administration leaving nothing to chance to ensure that the city's security infrastructure is robust and ready to handle any eventuality. Here's a report filed by my colleague Vaibhav.
देश में ये आवाज आपको देश के हर एक कोने कोने तक गूंजती हुई नजर आएगी। दरअसल ये वो तमाम सायरन हैं जो कल देश भर के कोने कोने में जिनकी आवाजें आपको सुनने को मिल सकती हैं, क्योंकि कल मॉक ड्रिल होगी देश भर में सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर। और भारत और पाकिस्तान से इस वक्त की जो स्थितियां हैं, उन स्थितियों में कैसे देश के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित रखा जाए, उसके मद्देनजर अब मॉक ड्रिल की तैयारी पूरी हो चुकी है। आप देखिएगा, हम इस वक्त जैसलमेर में सिविल डिफेंस के ऑफिस में हैं और ये तमाम सायरन है जो एक बार बजाकर हमारे दर्शकों को सुनाइए ताकि वो भी ये समझ सके कि कल कैसी आवाजें उनको सुनने को मिलेंगी। तो ये सायरन की वो आवाज जो कल पूरे देश में आपको सुनने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि इस सायरन के जरिए आम जनता को अलर्ट पर रखा जाएगा और उन्हें ये बताया जाएगा कि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात और हालात उनके इलाके में बिगड़ते हैं तो अपना बचाव कैसे करना है। एक बार आप इन तस्वीरों को देखिएगा, यहां पर वो तमाम सामान आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे जो आम जनजीवन को इन हालातों में बचाने के लिए काफी हैं। यहां पर आपको लंबी रस्सी नजर आ रही होगी, हेलमेट और लाइफ जैकेट समेत ये हॉर्न, और आप देखिएगा यहां पर ये ड्रोन के जरिए भी इन तमाम इलाकों में निगरानी रखी जाएगी कि कैसे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा करनी है।
India's maritime diplomacy gets a big boost as Indian Ocean ship Sagar sailed to Malé, strengthening maritime ties with the Maldives under the Sagar vision. Now, this mission embodies India's commitment to security and growth for all in the region, fostering cooperation and trust across the Indian Ocean region. We are leaving you with these visuals. This was Forces First. The debate with Arnab is coming up next. Thanks for watching.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब SIP चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the verge of collapse, right? Economic collapse. You know the kind of foreign exchange reserves they have, how much is their debt repayment load, burden, and if a war takes place, a lot of capital equipment gets destroyed. And if they insist, because they don't worry about whether the people of Pakistan are getting 2 square meals a day, they couldn't give a damn.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the verge of collapse, right? Economic collapse. You know the kind of foreign exchange reserves they have, how much is their debt repayment load, burden, and if a war takes place, a lot of capital equipment gets destroyed. And if they insist, because they don't worry about whether the people of Pakistan are getting 2 square meals a day, they couldn't give a damn.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why the term OGW is a cruel facade. It's time to call it out. These are terrorists and terror assistants, not OGWs. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the triad of trouble for the Pakistani army. Huge internal crisis, Baluchistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Durand Line. At 9 p.m. tonight, a departure from my usual format. I will request everyone to watch as over 1 hour, I will put out a solo narration of how I view things, how I think the various events between India and Pakistan are all connected and where I see the situation developing. That's a 1 hour solo narration from me, my in-depth, intense analysis of the situation at 9 o'clock tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, if you had any doubt about which side Mehbooba Mufti was on, I always felt it was Pakistan, Pakistan, Pakistan. And if you had any doubt which side the Lutyens media was on, I've always told you it's Pakistan, Pakistan and only Pakistan. And ladies and gentlemen, these Lutyens parties also, the Vadra Congress, They're only for Pakistan, Pakistan, and Pakistan. And that is why they've conjured up a sweet little term nowadays, a sweet, cute term called OGW, overground workers, almost sounding as if they were into some kind of social work, that they were overground to do the work, that they were social work volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, OGW. It's not a facade of a term, ladies and gentlemen. It's a mutilation of reality. For there is nothing called OGW. These are terror assistants in the practice of terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, Mehbooba Mufti is crying for one such terror assistant. She's crying for the person who helped the terrorists kill the 26 innocent Indians in Pahalgam. Does that leave any doubt in your mind which side Mehbooba Mufti is on? Mehbooba Mufti, as far as I'm concerned, you are a terror assistant yourself, and all people like you. She says this poor 22-year-old called Imtiaz Ahmad Magre, OGW, dies after jumping into a river while leading security forces to the terrorist hideout in Pahalgam district. He was detained after the Pahalgam terror attack. He admitted to helping the Pakistani terrorists, guided the forces to a riverbed, which means he knew exactly where these terrorists were staying near the Tangmarg forest under drone surveillance, and then he jumped into the river trying to escape via the river route. He could not survive, ladies and gentlemen, and he died. His body was fished out later. Now, this man is a terrorist, a terror assistant, and a coward to boot. And these people call themselves OGWs. Like some people call themselves ideologues in JNU, but they were nothing, ladies and gentlemen, but the Tukre gang. And some people like Gautam Naulakha, who supported Mannan Wani in the Aligarh Muslim University campus. These people call themselves intellectuals, but they are nothing but urban Naxals. So we introduce a third term into the lexicon tonight, viewers. Tukre gang, urban Naxals, and yes, terror assistants, not OGWs. Let's debate.
Six to seven Pakistani terrorists entered Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley and opened fire at innocent tourists enjoying their vacation. Since the attack, the big focus has been on the role of OGWs, short for overground workers. Over 3,000 of these so-called OGWs have been detained since the Pahalgam attack. 90 have been booked under Public Safety Act, and some of their homes have been bulldozed.
In the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack, massive crackdown has been launched by the joint security forces. Around 3,000 OGWs have been detained by Jammu and Kashmir police, and also 90 of them booked under PSA, ensuring their long-term detention. Homes and hideouts of terrorists and their aides have been bulldozed. The infrastructure that supports terrorism and fuel terrorism on ground have been dismantled. State is sending a clear message that no or zero tolerance for the terrorists and their sympathizers.
These people who are being called OGWs are the people who helped terrorists in carrying out attacks like Pahalgam. On your screen is one such OGW who knew the terror hideout. He attempted to escape and jumped into the river, killing himself in the process. But pro-Pakistan and terror sympathizer lobby is looking for a conspiracy here. They have begun a human rights campaign for these terrorists to stay relevant.
मेरी ये भी डिमांड है लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से, जो बांडीपोरा में हादसा हुआ, बहुत गरीब है, उनके घर में खाने के लाले, बेचारा मिलिटेंट नहीं था, आप किसी को भी OGW का नाम देके उसको कत्ल करोगे क्या? कल जो आपने इम्तियाज को उधर मार दिया, वो भी बहुत गरीब है. जब तक आप उसकी इंक्वायरी करेगी, कम से कम इन फैमिलीज को कंपनसेशन मिलना चाहिए.
They call the demolition of terrorist houses injustice.
कई लोगों के मकान उड़ाए गए. अब मुझे बताइए, अगर
बेटा मिलिटेंट बन जाता है तो बाप की क्या जिम्मेवारी है उसमें, माँ की या बहनों की क्या जिम्मेवारी है? उड़ा दिया, किस लिए उड़ा दिया? मुझे बताइए, उससे क्या हम लोग मजबूत होंगे?
While they remain delusional, listen into the former Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front member bursting the bubble.
यहाँ से हमें शायद 4-5 दिन लगे थे। जी हाँ 4-5 दिन लगे थे मुझे यहाँ से जाने में, और मैंने वहाँ ट्रेनिंग की। मैं 47 चला लेता हूँ, मैं आरपीसी चला लेता हूँ, तो ये ट्रेनिंग मैंने की है।
कितने दिन की ट्रेनिंग हुई वहाँ?
देखिए वहाँ, हाँ मैं वहाँ बड़े लोगों से मिला, मैं अज़हर मसूद से भी मिला वहाँ, और मैं पाक रेंजर्स के ऑफिसर से भी मिला, और ISI के ऑफिसर से भी मिला मैं। लेकिन मुझे यही लगा कि ये लोग कश्मीरियों को इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन तब टीन एज थी, बचपना था, कुछ समझ नहीं थी।
Likes of Mehbooba and Omar Abdullah are not ready to admit that the ones helping the terrorists are no lesser and should be called terrorists. The term OGWs is a cruel facade, and it's time to call it out.
And ladies and gentlemen, in my view, the appropriate word is terror assistant, because these terror assistants are the people, Abid Mir Magami, who help kill people. So there are people who kill people, as in pull the trigger, and cowards like Imtiaz Ahmad Magre is a terror assistant who helps to kill people. He helps to identify where the innocent people are. He helps the foreign terrorists come into all these areas, Kathua, Poonch, Rajouri, Doda. He gives them food, he gives them shelter. He helps them stock arms and explosives. Then he tells them where the innocent people are, where the women are, where the children are, where they can be killed. He even helps them with their tactic. You know, these are the people who support from the sidelines while terrorists ask innocent tourists to read the kalma or be killed. They support, they clap from the sidelines. Well done. So many tourists killed, fantastic. And then when we ask them that where do you stand, you say, we don't know anything. We're innocent people. And then people like you, Abid, make a word for them. OGW. You should call them terror assistants, Abid. And if you're supporting them, then you're a terror assistant yourself. They are the backbone of the Pahalgam attack. They're responsible for the killing of our innocent fellow Indians. They're the operational support machinery for the terrorists. But also one thing common to all of them, Abid, is that they're all cowards. जिसको हिंदी में कायर कहते हैं, कायर, cowards. You understand? Big cowards. पैसे भी लेंगे, टेररिस्ट से पैसे भी लेंगे, हेल्प भी लेंगे, ये बिजनेस बनाएंगे टेररिज्म का. इनके लिए ये टेररिस्ट ट्रेडर्स हैं, द ट्रेडर्स ऑफ टेररिज्म. ये लाशों पर और खून पर अपना बिजनेस बहुत सालों से चला रहे हैं. और ये चाहते हैं सत्यप्रकाश जी कि जितने टूरिस्ट हैं कश्मीर आए, उनको मारा भी जाए, उनसे पैसा भी लिया जाए, और जो लोग उनको मारेंगे उनका समर्थन भी किया जाए, क्योंकि महबूबा मुफ्ती और राहुल गांधी जैसे लोग खड़े हुए हैं उनका समर्थन करने के लिए, है ना. ये आइज़ एंड ईयर्स है, कान है. दीज आर द आइज़ एंड ईयर्स ऑफ द टेररिस्ट. ये OGW बंद करो. ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग से भी ख़राब है, अर्बन नक्सल से भी डेंजरस है. ये टेरर असिस्टेंट्स हैं. आबिद या ना, मैं आप कुछ कह, मैं आबिद से रिएक्शन ले लूँ, क्योंकि इनको सच्चाई निगलने में थोड़ा समय लग रहा है. ही इज़ हैविंग अ लिटिल टाइम, ही इज़ टेकिंग अ लिटिल टाइम टू swallow the truth. It looks like the poor fellow is going to explode tonight. Mehbooba Mufti supports these people. They are innocent people. Why are innocent people being troubled? कहाँ के innocent? इन्होंने पहलगाम के लोगों को मारने में इनका रोल था. ये innocent कैसे हो गया आबिद? और आप जैसे लोग भी इनको कंडेम नहीं कर पाएंगे प्रोग्राम पर, क्योंकि आपको लगता है आपके वहाँ पे पॉलिटिक्स करनी है. और अगर इनमें फियर है, एंग्जाइटी है, तो फियर होनी चाहिए. एंग्जाइटी इनकी और भी बढ़नी चाहिए और इनको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए.
बिल्कुल
जी.
अरेस्ट करना किनका काम है? सरकार का काम है. अगर 3 दिन पहले एजेंसियों ने इनपुट दिया था होम मिनिस्ट्री को कि टूरिस्ट पे हमला होने वाला है,
अच्छा अच्छा, ये किसने कहा आपको? ये सब खबर आप मेरे
होम मिनिस्ट्री ने प्रॉपर यूटिलाइज क्यों नहीं?
अच्छा, तो आप
सिक्योरिटी सारा जिम्मा होम मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर
What happened to his bandwidth?
चला, तो ये गोली कहां से चली? तो जवाब तो सरकार को ही देना है, जवाब तो सरकार को ही देना है।
अरे मारेंगे इधर आपके समर्थक, आपके जितने समर्थक है वो लोगों को मारेंगे और सरकार को की जिम्मेदारी है।
कैसे हुई? बिल्कुल सरकार जिम्मेदार है। सुरक्षा किनके हाथ में है? सरकार के हाथ में। अगर नेताओं की सुरक्षा में चूक नहीं होती है तो आम इंसान की जिंदगी में क्यों चूक होती है? किस तरह टूरिस्टों की जिंदगी खतरे में डाली गई? क्यों उनकी सुरक्षा में चूक हुई? जिम्मेदार तो सरकार ही है, जवाब तो सरकार को ही देना है।
ये कॉन्वोल्यूटेड लॉजिक जो आपकी है सत्यप्रकाश मिश्रा, बिफोर यू कैन रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट, यू सी व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज बहुत बुरा हुआ कि लोग मरे, हमने हेल्प किया और हमारे लोगों ने हेल्प करवाया, हमने आमंत्रित किया, हमने बिजनेस बनाई हुई है कश्मीर में। बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिनका बिजनेस है, जिनका पेशा है लोगों को मारना नहीं, लोगों को मरवाना। लोगों को मरवाना इनका पेशा है। इनको सवाल किया जाएगा तो बोलेंगे जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? अरे आपकी जिम्मेदारी, आप रोकिए इन लोगों को।
सरकार की।
ये ऐसे भी लोग हैं, ये जिम्मेदारी आपकी है।
सरकार की।
आपकी है।
सरकार की है।
टेरर असिस्टेंट आपके हैं।
होम मिनिस्टर
टेरर असिस्टेंट आपके हैं।
Let me tell you.
Satyaprakash Mishra, debate is on.
Let me tell you. Definitely, it is the responsibility of the government. Hold on. Hold on. I am giving you befitting reply. Hold on. Definitely, it is the responsibility of the government, any government of India, right? But it is not your moral responsibility by any means to support them and counter the action of the government. What Mehbooba Mufti stated कि उन लोगों का घर गिराना गलत है। What Mr. फारूक अब्दुल्ला stated उनका घर गिराना गलत है, उनको पाकिस्तान भेजना गलत है। तो these kind of moral support basically instigate them and basically giving them a kind of logical ground to carry out such kind of thing against of India. I must say, you must stand with the government and not question the government, whatever the government is doing. These are not overground workers. They are as much as terrorists, whoever, killing the innocent people. They are also the terrorists, not overground workers. I do not separate them from terrorist organizations. They are terrorists.
You think, viewers, that Pahalgam would have happened without some degree of local support?
No, it's
Madhuvanti, is it possible?
It's not.
Is it possible?
Absolutely not.
Is it possible? Without any local support?
Who's
I'm not saying, I'm not talking about all Kashmiris, but if there are any Kashmiris, if there are any Kashmiris who have helped, if there are Kashmiris who have helped the Pakistanis, those Kashmiris must be caught and punished. There must be absolutely no leeway they are given.
Giving a clean sheet to failure is not right or no. Now every terrorist output terrorist supporter you can. You are in government, but giving a clean sheet to government, telling that it's not an intelligence failure is a pure lie. Our JDU's own MP, Mr. Devesh Thakur, quoted this 26 April.
What was your government doing during 26/11? You allowed the terrorists to freely come on a boat ride into Mumbai and massacre the citizens of Mumbai. What was your government doing at that point in time? And if I recall, the BJP that was there supporting your government even at that time of problem. So don't come and question the government at this point in time. Question those OGWs who have aided and abetted terror. They are as much terrorists as the terrorists themselves. Do not try to take for granted the lives of 26 Indians who have martyred. Please do not try to take the lives of 26 Indians for granted.
You think
shame on you if you are going to come and talk about the government's failure at this point in time when everybody has to learn to stand by the government and stand by the armed forces of this country.
I am calling for a boycott of the Lutyens media term OGW, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am calling for a boycott. I call, this is my appeal to the people of India and those watching the program. If you are working in national interest, if you're a nationalist, boycott the term OGW. It is a term that has been put out to mislead you. It is a term aimed at making
some local Kashmiris who are supporting terrorists appear to be very innocent. It is part of a deliberate anti-national narrative that these people are putting out. And there is an attempt by people like Abid. They come on my program and they say, so what if somebody helped the terrorists? So what if 26 people died? So what if some Kashmiris helped them? So what if it is their business to help terrorists? So what if it is their business to take money from the tourists and also have them killed? So what? This is our right. We have a right to do it. We have a right, a democratic right, to be assistants to the Pakistani terrorists. And I'm saying to you tonight, Abid, debate with me. Debate with me, Abid. For I say that if you, if you too, I'll tell you one thing, Abid. If you, through words, deed, expression, are doing anything that supports terrorism, then you are also a terrorist assistant. And I found one video very interesting. I'll tell you, I saw this video of a big house that was blown up by the army. I was so happy when I saw it blown up. And then there was this lady, she was sitting there defiant. She said, मेरा एक भाई जेल में है और एक भाई मुजाहिद है. जैसे मुजाहिद होना कोई रॉकेट साइंटिस्ट जैसी बात है. जो जिन कश्मीरियों की ऐसी सोच है, ये भी तो टेरर असिस्टेंट ही बने और टेरर असिस्टेंट बन के टेररिज्म का व्यापार करके बड़े बड़े घर बनाते अपने आप के लिए. अब वो घर तोड़े जाएंगे, उन पर बमबारी होगी. And this is the way things will operate now. Abid, this in between line will not work.
उन कश्मीरियों को
आर पार या तो भारत के साथ या भारत के खिलाफ, ये बीच वाली लाइन नहीं चलेगी. चूज कीजिए. ये पासपोर्ट फ्री में नहीं आती है. The passport does not come for free.
उनके बारे में क्या कहोगे?
किसके बारे में?
जिन्होंने पहलगाम में टूरिस्टों की जान बचाई वो भी कश्मीरी थे. आपके पूरे कश्मीर को टेररिस्ट.
नहीं, मैं नहीं कह रहा. एक मिनट. आपके nobody is saying that. ये extreme, ये typical argument. हम कह रहे हैं क्या सत्या जी?
नहीं, not
हम ऐसा कुछ कह रहे हैं.
Say that. We will never say that. But we will never spare those who involved in these terrorist activities, and we will punish them. The government of India will definitely gonna punish them. आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं? युद्धों में कभी हमने नहीं पराजय पाई है. हम तो डरते हैं छल चंदों से. हमला तो सफल हुआ है आपके घरों के जय चंदों से. इसको समझ लीजिए आप.
सरकार की दलाली करना छोड़ दीजिए. सरकार जिम्मेदार है. सरकार को जवाब देना जनता के सामने.
सरकार जिम्मेदारी से जवाब देगी, लेकिन आप उन लोगों के पक्षधर बनना छोड़ दीजिए जो सो कॉल्ड ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर है. वो आतंकवादी के जैसे हैं तो आतंकवादी है. खुल के कहिए ना कि दोज ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर्स आर टेररिस्ट एंड दे मस्ट बी पनिश्ड बाय द
आबिद.
14 दिन बीत गए. 14 दिन से क्यों सरकार कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही है?
आप चाह रहे हैं कि बस हड़बड़ी में कुछ कर दिया जाए.
कर रही है.
अच्छा. आप चाह रहे बस जैसे जैसे पूरी सब्जी बनती वैसे होता है क्या? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज टेकिंग ऑल नेसेसरी स्टेप and you must welcome those steps and wait for the moment to change the South Asian politics. This time the India is going to change completely the South Asian politics. Understand that. You don't have belief on the government. Shame on you. If you don't have any belief on the government, I must say shame on you, because it is the responsibility of us, not yours. And we will protect it, and we will go any limit to cross and combat this terrorist.
Abid,
wherever they are, whoever they are.
लाशों के ऊपर दलाली कर रहे हो. शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको.
आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए. क्यों? क्योंकि
शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको.
वर्कर को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं.
सरकार की दलाली करना छोड़ दो.
स्टेटमेंट इन द
सरकार की दलाली करना छोड़ दो.
इंडिया दे हेल्प
दलाली नहीं हो.
दे हेल्प टू ब्रिंग देम टू कश्मीर.
This phrase, this word has been very clearly planned by some JNU type intellectual who has used the word OGW, overground workers. Can you tell me, Abid, ये overground workers का पेशा क्या है? जरा बताइए ना. What do they do?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बताऊंगा. आप मुझे बताइए, 370 हो या नोटबंदी हो, आतंकवादी की आंखों की कमर तोड़ दी थी सरकार ने. तो ये ओजेडब्ल्यू कहां से आए? कौन है ये ओजेडब्ल्यू? ये तो सरकार बताएगी.
आप बताइए ना, कश्मीर में कश्मीरी होंगे ना OGW?
सरकार
ये OGW कश्मीरी है कि नहीं?
ये एजेंसी
ये OGW कश्मीरी है कि कहाँ के?
नहीं, जब कश्मीरी
सत्या जी, I am a huge supporter of the abrogation of Article 370. I am a huge supporter of demonetization. I want to know whether you owe your allegiance to your country. I asked you, there are people in Kashmir, your fellow Kashmiris, who want to kill people. There are fellow Kashmiris who want to kill people. You call them OGWs.
Let me complete.
ये लोगों को मारते हैं. They're murderers. They're murderers. They're for sale. They're shameless people. These are shameless people who take money and help to kill people. They are for sale. They are for sale. ये बिकाऊ हैं. ये बिकाऊ हैं, ये OGW या टेरर असिस्टेंट्स. ये बिकाऊ लोग हैं. ये पैसों के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे. पैसों के लिए बच्चों को मरवाएंगे, पैसों के लिए औरतों को मरवाएंगे, पैसों के लिए टूरिस्ट को वहां पे पहलगाम में कलमा पढ़ के वो मरते हैं और ये लोग समर्थन करते हैं उन लोगों का. They support those people. They support. Abid, you must be not liking what I'm saying. You'll have to hear more. आपको और सुनना पड़ेगा. What is the पेशा? What is the occupation of the OGWs or terrorists?
इसके बाद एक पत्थर नहीं चला यहाँ पर, तो ये गोली कहाँ से चली?
I am asking
सरकार को तो जवाब देना है.
I am asking, it's your only job. Listen, you are sitting there in your house secure because of the Indian Army. Har din now when you get up, thank the Indian Army. When you're going to sleep, thank the Indian Army. You understand that? Be grateful. Be grateful. I am grateful to the Indian Army. Say I'm grateful to the Indian Army. Say Abid, I'm grateful to the Indian Army. Are you grateful to the Indian Army? Are you grateful to the Rashtriya Rifles? Are you grateful to the Indian Army? See how difficult it is for this man. Are you a OGW? I hope you are not a terror assistant.
Deeper. He's being exposed.
No, there's no point. Have you ever supported terrorism? Have you through words or deeds supported terrorism, Abid?
Not at all.
Do you know people who are OGWs? Have you been in contact with any terrorists?
ये तो सरकार का काम है देखना.
No, it's not सरकार का काम है. I'm asking you. Why don't you say no? I don't know any OGW. Do you know any OGW? Do you know any OGW?
ये OGW कहाँ से आए?
ये OGW क्या होते हैं? ये OGW कहाँ से आए? क्या who are OG? I don't say terror assistant. Say terror assistant. आप say terror assistant.
नहीं पता है.
Say terror assistant, Abid. Say terror assistant. Say terror assistant.
अगर उसको पता नहीं
जो पत्थर फेंकते थे, they are terror assistants. Say stone pelters are terror assistants. Those who helped, those who took money to kill people at Pahalgam are cowards and terror assistants. You think they have a... You support them. Why are you sweating, man? पसीने क्यों आ रहे?
बिल्कुल पसीने आपके छूटेंगे.
You look at you.
पसीने आपके छूटेंगे.
Say that these people are terror assistants. I want you to tell me that Imtiaz Ahmad Magre was a terror assistant. Say it. The man who jumped into the river. Show the visuals. The man who jumped into the river. Show the visuals. He took the security forces to the spot. He knew where the Pahalgam terrorists were operating. He took money from them and was supporting them.
जो 7 लोग उस इंसिडेंट में इन्वॉल्व थे, अभी तक क्यों उनको मारा नहीं गया? कहां गए वो? जमीन खा गए क्यों? आसमान?
अरे, when this man, you are seeing him jump into the river, na?
कहां गए?
You saw him jump into the river. You saw this man who you call a OGW. How many more people are there like him? You think without local support, Pahalgam would have happened? Without local support, would Pahalgam have happened, Madhuvanti?
No way.
And now you want to present this picture. Oh, we believe in Kashmiriyat. I believe in Kashmiriyat too. Great. But was this Kashmiriyat? Is this coward an example of Kashmiriyat? No. Is this Kashmiriyat? To help, to take money from across the border. ये बिकाऊ लोग ये कश्मीरियत में मानते हैं. ये कश्मीरियत है इनकी. इम्तियाज अहमद मगरे की कश्मीरियत है कि पाकिस्तान से पैसा लेके
वो भी कश्मीरी था.
innocent लोगों को मारा जाए. This is Kashmiriyat.
उसका भी नाम लो.
This is Kashmiriyat.
उसका भी नाम लो. जिस आदिल हुसैन ने टूरिस्टों के लिए अपनी जान दी, उसको कश्मीरी कहते हैं. उसको कश्मीरियत कहते हैं.
We are not taking
any right to criticize those act of terror, those assistant act of terror. Why you are equating both? You condemn one and you praise one. That is fine. We are good with that. We are not labeling anything against of Kashmiri. But those who assisted terrorist act within the periphery of Kashmir,
and those who continue to support them,
and they must be treated as terrorist and act of terrorism. That's the point. No, definitely the government will act. I'm not asking you to act, but I'm asking
okay,
you.
now, according to our Srinagar Bureau Chief Zinat, 3,000 of the terror assistants have been caught. And I want to place on record tonight that this Congress-India alliance is supporting the terror assistance. After this, viewers, you decide. You want to support the Congress party?
You called her here.
They're openly supporting the terror assistance.
You called us here to listen to your monologue.
No, it's not a monologue. It's a fact. Are you supporting the OGWs or terror assistance? Are you supporting them? Why are you building Ashwini, why are you building a narrative for them?
Doing terrorist activity or supporting activities terrorists. I am responsibly saying from your channel, anyone who is doing terrorist activity or supporting is a terrorist. Having said that, you cannot label everyone out of Kashmir, everyone from a specific.
1 minute. You are talking through your hat. You are talking through your hat. There's no parallel court. You should be mad. You're mad to be saying that. We have never said all Kashmiris are OGWs. You are deliberately trying to misquote me.
You are trying to put words.
You are deliberately trying to misquote us. You are putting words in Madhuvanti's mouth. All we are saying is these are not OGWs. The 3,000 who have been held, the 90 who have faced cases, these are terrorist assistants. My blood boils. My blood boils when I hear people like Mehbooba Mufti openly make a case for the terror assistance. The worst thing that has happened in this country is she, with BJP support, had become Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Something for which I can never forgive the BJP. I'll be clear about it. I want a hard state. I want a state and a government which does not compromise either with Mehbooba Mufti or with terror assistance. Ashwini, I'm clear. But I don't know why Abid is not clear and you are not clear.
I am also very clear.
You are not clear.
I am very
Mehbooba Mufti was a supporter of Afzal Guru, true or not?
40 crore Indians. We all are 40 crore Indian ready to fight terrorists.
She is a supporter of the Hezbollah.
I am a Congress supporter. You are a BJP supporter. Let's both take guns and go and fight on the border. I am ready to do that as well. The point is, remember that we are...
Listen. For God's sake, if politicians were so brave that they would be fighting at the border, we'd have no problem. The politicians only talk. It is the army which fights. And the politicians, 1 minute. I am for the nation. You are anti-national. That's why you're a supporter of Afzal Guru. I am for the nation. You are for the Hezbollah. You are for the Hamas. Mehbooba Mufti was mourning the death of Hezbollah terrorists and its top leader Hassan Nasrallah. Mehbooba Mufti said, oh, I'm so sad that Hassan Nasrallah has been killed. Tomorrow she may say, I'm so sad that Osama bin Laden was killed.
Label me anything you want, Arnab. You can label.
I'm not labeling you. You don't want to hear the truth.
For you,
you don't want to hear the truth. You have been supporters of Burhan Wani.
He was crying when Hezbollah chief died.
Always question the government for the
Mehbooba Mufti's statement was so controversial that I was, not ready to believe that he has any love for India.
Okay, 1 minute. I'm getting Madhuvanti in.
I don't need certificate from you, sir. I don't need certificate.
The bombarding of the house of the terrorists.
I don't need certificate from you, sir.
Nobody is giving you certificate. Everybody is.
Okay, viewers.
Yeah.
ये सिर्फ दलाली की सर्टिफिकेट दे सकते हैं और किसी की नहीं.
अरे भाई आपको मैं किसकी सर्टिफिकेट दूं? आप तो दलाल से भी गिरे हुए हैं. आबिद मीर मगामी नो 1 मिनट. आप तो दलाल से भी गिरे हुए हैं. अगर आप नहीं हैं, अगर आप टेररिस्ट के दलाल नहीं हैं, क्योंकि आपके शब्दों पे संयम नहीं है, you don't have any hold on your language. Let me tell you one thing. Let me ask you one simple thing. Let me ask you one simple thing. Let me ask you one simple thing. Listen to me. Tell me here that Burhan Wani was a coward terrorist. Just say it. I want to hear it from your mouth. Burhan Wani is a coward terrorist. Say it.
Yes, of course.
Say, don't say yes, of course. Say Burhan Wani was a coward terrorist.
Yeah, of course.
Not of course. Say Burhan Wani is a coward terrorist and it is good he was killed.
बिल्कुल वो टेररिस्ट थे.
जवाब बिल्कुल नहीं है. पूरे can you frame a full sentence?
Say the same line.
बिल्कुल है.
अफजल गुरु कौन?
No.
बिल्कुल वो टेररिस्ट थे.
बिल्कुल नहीं पूछिए. Say the line. Burhan Wani was a terrorist. Say it.
A coward terrorist who deserved to be killed.
जिस तरह नथुराम गोडसे टेररिस्ट
ये देखिए, he will not say it. He will not say it. He will not say it. See, that reflects his thinking. That reflects his mindset.
This is the mindset. He has just exposed himself on national television, Arnab ji. Immediately he goes to Nathuram Godse. This is the dirty mindset of the Congress, and this is something that needs to be shunned.
Shame on the Congress for this.
Shame on you. Shame on the Congress for what you just said. He asked you about Burhan Wani, and you said Nathuram Godse. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you for what you just did. You
Okay, now
just
say,
exposed
now
your
say,
mindset
now
and
say,
the dirty
now say,
mindset of
Abid.
Congress on the national television.
Madhuvanti, one more test for him. Madhuvanti, one more test for him. Abid Mir. I was told you're an aggressive panelist, but you turned out to be a softie. Now listen to me, Abid. Abid, listen to me. I was told you speak straight. You can't speak straight. I corner you like this. Listen to me, Abid. My question to you. Say that Afzal Guru deserved to be hanged. Say Afzal Guru deserved to be hanged. Say Afzal Guru deserved to be hanged. Congress leader Abid Magami with a challenge from me tonight. Say Afzal Guru deserved to be hanged. Say it. No. Does Afzal Guru? I'm very clear. I'm absolutely against Nathuram Godse, and I'm very clear. Absolutely deserve to die for shooting Mahatma Gandhi. Now let me tell you one thing. You say. One minute. Madhuvanti. I have no qualms in saying Nathuram Godse deserved to die. I want to know whether this man will say Afzal Guru was deserved to be hanged.
Say it.
Say it.
I am saying Nathuram deserve to die. Say it that Afzal Guru
Say
deserve to hang.
अफजल गुरु को किसने फांसी दी?
ये देखो again escaping. This shows his intention. This is a dangerous mindset, viewers. This is a complete expose on my program. Understand, ladies and gentlemen, the problem is in his mind.
Exactly.
Problem आपके दिमाग में है.
Yes.
अरे भारत का पासपोर्ट लेते हो, राष्ट्रवादी बनो. भारत का पासपोर्ट लेके घूमते हो ना, become a nationalist. Become a nationalist.
वो नहीं बनेंगे.
You want all the benefits of an Indian passport and you want to act against nationalism.
A whole lot of them are anti-national.
Arnab exposed.
Who are you? Satya.
This was your intention.
I am a nationalist.
And I'm very much thankful to Arnab that Arnab exposed you. And your face has been exposed completely, that you are very tacitly supporting those overground workers, equating Burhan Wani with Godse, and every time you are playing with words, you are not.
And ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving on. The news is that tonight there is no denying that Pakistan is cornered from all sides. The Baloch Liberation Army is going all out against the long-standing, relentless oppression from Islamabad, and has now completely toppled the Munir army. Day after day, there are successes for the BLA. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the BLA has no air force, yet they are beating the Pakistanis. They have no navy, but they are beating the Pakistanis because for them, freedom beats in their hearts. The oppression of the Baluchis cannot continue. Here's a quick report.
It's Pakistan's deepening crisis in decades. Islamabad has been cornered from all sides. From fighting the TTP to the Baloch Liberation Army to Islamic State Khorasan, Pakistan has lost the plot at its western borders. Amid escalating tensions with India, Pakistan finds itself facing the unstoppable rebellion of the Baloch Liberation Army. The Munir army is out of options. The government is in turmoil. In Balochistan, the rebels are up in arms against long-standing Pak-sponsored oppression. The BLA has now taken over multiple regions, including part of Quetta-Karachi National Highway. In Mangochar, the BLA carried out coordinated attacks. In Khazenai, a Pakistan convoy was stopped from transporting weapons and other military aid to Quetta. And under Operation Kalat, the BLA has seized control of the Kalat city. Recently, 22 Pakistani soldiers were killed in Turbat after a face-off with Baloch rebels. The BLA's recent activities have included a string of high-profile attacks, from IED blasts that killed paramilitary personnel and the hijacking of the Jafar Express passenger train. The uprising is such that 4 guards of the former Home Minister of Balochistan, who the BLA claims has now turned into a proxy for Islamabad, were gunned down as well. In the northwestern province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the Afghan Taliban does not recognize the Durand Line. And the Taliban government has now stepped in against Islamabad after hundreds of Afghan refugees were banished out of Pakistan and made to camp at the Torkham gate close to the Durand border. The Afghan refugees claim zero sympathy from the Shehbaz government after they were given the ultimatum to leave.
نه د کتاله او نه بل شی دا اول ځل دا چې افغانستان ته روان یم نو دلته چې تورخم کې وګورئ نه یو سهولت شته او نه اوبه شته نه تشنابونه شته یو شی پکې نشته نه مې دلته کوز کړي دي نه مې هلته کوز کړي کنټینر یې هلته ولاړ دي مخکې یو سهولت نشته لارې ټولې بندې دي او دلته لګیا دي وروسته نه چاپیا چې هر یو مسلمان هر یو امام مهاجر افغان هر کاروبار ورنه پاتې ده هر یو شی ورنه پاتې خپل کور خپل درګاه هر یو شی ورنه پاتې کېږي او دلته راسې
And now it's the top command of the Taliban who have taken offense to Pakistan's actions.
دغه کومه ځایونه چې افغانستان ته راوړي موږ ورته ډېر ښه تدابیر نیولي دي او داسې څنګه له ګیټ سره راوړي دي خو د افغانستان خاورې ته سفري نقطې ته موږ دوی ته تدابیر نیولي دي ډوډۍ د خوراک د څښاک د هر شي بیا دلته موږ دوی ته کارټونه ورکوو کارټونه ورکړه دلته یو ماري کیمپ ته دا کوم ځای کې نو دلته یې کله هلته انتقال کړل د مهاجرین هلته هر یو مهاجر په سر باندې 15,000 افغانۍ ورکوي نو هر یو فامیل چې د 10 نفره 15 نفره ده.
The Afghan Taliban is now turning out to be Pakistan's migraine. And the Shehbaz government is staring at a multi-front war.
You see, viewers, eventually the map of Pakistan is going to be redrawn very soon. There'll be free Balochistan. Then the Taliban will also claim what is rightly theirs. The Durand Line will be rewritten, and all will be left in Pakistan is going to be the state of Punjab in Pakistan. Everything else, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan and Sindh will all be free. Ahmad Musti Khan is a senior journalist who welcome Baloch Spring is joining us tonight. Ahmad Ayub Mirza, activist from POJK, is joining us. Ahmad Musti Khan, to you first. What is the situation on the ground with the BLA? They are fighting a long guerrilla-type war with the Pakistani army. How many successes are they having now?
Thank you for inviting me. I will assure you that the BLA has been on the offensive now for quite some time. And the BLA is actually the BLA and allied Baloch Liberation Front and the other organization, the freedom-loving militants. They have control of Balochistan. The Pakistan military has, some say, during the morning hours for 4 or 5 hours. After that, whole of Balochistan is under the Baloch freedom fighters' control. And that is the reason the former chief minister of Balochistan, Sardar Akhtar Mengal, has become a thorn on the side of this Asim Munir. He is the most fundamentalist general ever in Pakistan's history. He is 10 times worse than General Zia. And Akhtar Mengal said it very clearly on March 11 when the Jafar Express heroic hijacking took place. He said that the Pakistan military does not have even 1 inch of Baloch land in its occupation. And that is why General Asim Munir has become his avowed enemy. And General Sardar Akhtar Mengal has further said, has told the general to, why don't you teach your generations that what had happened in 1971, you should not forget it. For 10 generations, You see, this General Asim Munir, he threatened the Baluch that we cannot fight him for 10 generations. This is what he threatened us. I will please appeal to India. India is our brother. India, we have shared heritage. We have a lot of love for India. India should not consider us as a distant neighbor, but as a part of South Asia, of which India is the leader.
I have a little problem with your video
this
frame,
is-
but I got the message there. Till I fix your video frame, I want to ask Deepak Vora, are we doing enough for the Baloch? Here's a great opportunity. They're the oxygen for Pakistan. They're the money, the minerals, the resources for Pakistan. Everything is coming from Balochistan. Should we be not more actively supporting them?
Thank you very much, sir. Always a delight, a privilege, a pleasure to be with you on your channel and learn from you and your other colleagues. You have said, shouldn't we be doing more to help Balochistan? Do you remember the language that these jokers in Islamabad would use when Kashmir was in flames? Oh, we only give them moral and diplomatic support. That's all that I'm doing in Balochistan. So of course, I'm doing more, but I will call it moral and diplomatic support. Sir, I've been attending Baloch movements, not in Pakistan, but in New York. They have a movement going on there, and I've joined it, and I've attended several of the meetings. They are very clear. No doubt, Pakistan out. What we should be doing now, and we are doing it now, is raising this issue at every forum. Balochistan's challenge is not the territory. They have huge land. It's numbers. Now they have teamed up with TTP and other friendlies in inverted commas, to clobber the Pakistani army. I don't know whether you've heard this news also, that even today, the Pakistanis were withdrawing some of their divisions from Balochistan to send them to the border with us, and that's when the IEDs went off and a lot of fellows were killed. The Pakistanis will lie through their teeth, and that fool Munir goes around saying, we'll fight them, we'll do this, they are the jewel in the crown or something like that, jewel on our forehead. He doesn't realize they don't want you, period, go away. You're being seen as an occupation army, sir. And when you are seen as an occupation army, I should know this, sir, they don't like you. They don't want you. Period. So go away. Leave them alone. Try and save what you can of Punjab. Otherwise, you'll lose even that. I conclude by saying, sir, I've seen this when I was your ambassador to Sudan for many years. They were fighting the South. It was pretty much of a stalemate. And then West Sudan, Darfur erupted. Suddenly said, let's keep Darfur, let the South go. The South went. Darfur is still in flames. So I think Pakistan has to make this choice. Do we keep Punjab or do we lose all of our country?
Now, in the present situation here, before I come to Amjad Ayub Mirza, Major Samar Paltur, I want your military sense of the staying power of the BLA. I mean, what kind of arms and ammunition do they have? They flow like water, they say, where they are invisible, they move very quickly, but they have a lot of local support. What's keeping them going is local support. They are the heroes. If you're part of the BLA, you are a hero across Balochistan today. But is that enough? And how does the present situation converge with Baloch interests and India's interests?
Arnab, if we look at the terrain and especially the Pashtun tribe, so the Pashtuns are in good terms with the Baloch, number one. Number two, the illegal gun markets of Peshawar, you give them a weapon, they'll make it in 48 hours, they'll give it to you in a working condition. So basically there is no dearth of supply of small arms. I repeat, there is no dearth of small arms and ammunition to the BLA. Number two. Number three, the amalgamation or the good terms of Taliban, TTP with the BLA, BRA and BLF is again fueling in a massive blow to the Pakistan forces. So the thing is that it is ways and means to provide them with anti-helicopter missile systems or anti-air assets. The Pakistan army.
Now,
but we have to take a decisive call.
Yeah.
We got to come out in the open and support them.
Yeah. Viewers, I want to tell you at 9 o'clock tonight, I will be giving my overall assessment. I will include all the three factors: political, geostrategic, diplomatic, military. I will also link up issues like Balochistan, Gilgit-Baltistan, what's happening on the Durand line with our own mobilization and give you a full picture tonight. And tonight at 9 o'clock, I'm not getting any other guests, not because I want to hear my own voice, but because I want to thoughts for you and give you a sense which will help you gather your thoughts on what's happened or in Switzerland. They go to Balochistan, they squeeze out the assets, the uranium, the mines, the oil, the gas production, the copper, the gold. Balochistan is a museum of minerals. And it's completely being exploited right now by the Pakistani army. I'm told if you want to finish the Pakistani army, take away Balochistan. Balochistan goes, the money of the Pakistani army goes away. Do you agree with that? And how do you assess things? Please.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, sir, it is to you in the context how you are seeing it from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Gilgit.
Thank you very much. Well, we are jubilant about what is going on right now, and especially that India has now become very sensitive to regional terrorism. Not that they were not sensitive to regional terrorism, but now they have categorically announced that they are going to handle it, they are going to tackle it, and they are going to smash it. Balochistan, you very rightly said, any corps commander or lower level senior officers who are posted in Balochistan mint money. That is because they are also involved in the smuggling of fuel from Iran, and they, sell that in the black market. They steal Balochistan's minerals, and several times truckloads of graphite and other minerals have been caught by the local police at the checkpoints, and there have been issues there. But in generally speaking, I think that the POJK, people of POJK have now started to take Baloch struggle seriously. Before they were thinking these are like individual guerrilla attacks and, here and there sometimes. But now, since the beginning of the year, they have seen that Baloch liberation fighters, whichever faction they are from, are all now united in BRAS. And BRAS is like a union of, like a united front of all militant organizations fighting for the independence of Balochistan. And that has given a lot of hope and courage and to the people of POJK. And I have been receiving calls for a very long time now, this year, that वो कहते हैं सर हम पहाड़ों पे चलते हैं, हमें असला मिल जाए, हम पहाड़ों पे जाते हैं POJK के, and Muzaffarabad is surrounded by mountains, nobody can get us. And
Baloch Liberation Army freedom fighters are being interrogated or tortured. Even during the torture session, very, very vested in Balochistan. What will they do?
Of course, they are present according to my information. I would like to point out that the DIF has been imprisoned by this Hitlerite General Asim Munir illegally, along with other leading woman leaders, which include Bibu Baloch, which includes Gulzadi Baloch. I will tell you one thing.
So,
you are right that the Chinese are their extremely close strategic ally of the Pakistan military. But the thing is, I can assure you, when India has got the support of 90% of the Baloch people, if the Indian Navy comes onto the Baloch port, the Baloch will shower rose petals on them. Rest assured, project. It was the idea of Winston Churchill, Lord Zetland, who was the West Bengal governor and then the Secretary of State. The Lahore Resolution, the so-called, was the brainchild of Lord Zetland. So this is the failed British project. The Punjabi generals should say sorry to Mother India.
Yeah.
They have taken away so many innocent Indian lives.
And they will pay.
When the Mumbai terror attack happened, Arnabji, you can look up. I'm not joking. I was the first who said that ISI is involved in the Mumbai terror attack.
Yes,
and the PTI, Press Trust of India, you can see it was my statement.
I have no doubt.
Even your leaders did not say that at that time.
No, I agree with you, Ammar.
Now
you
is
see
the time. You cannot let this terrorist entity
No, we can't. We can't do that.
This
We
is
have to look at
India's
Balochistan very, very strategically. We have to support the Baloch people. They are fighting a very difficult war, and the human rights abuses are just grotesque. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for that. That analysis continues. Remember, there's only one network that speaks for the Balochi people. Only one network that has multiple reporters across Balochistan. Only one network that is all along the Durand line, and that is your network, the Republic Media Network. When I come back, I will give you as intense and straightforward an analysis over 1 hour that I personally can of the present situation. Please join me.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war.
ये खरगे साहब को क्या हो गया है? क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं? एक तरफ मीटिंग में कहते हैं कि हम देश के साथ खड़े हैं और दूसरी तरफ देश को कमजोर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में ये बोलना कि वो नहीं गए कश्मीर क्योंकि उनको मालूम था हमला होने वाला है, इससे बड़ा कोई गैर जिम्मेदाराना वक्तव्य हो सकता है क्या?
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the verge of collapse, right? Economic collapse. You know the kind of foreign exchange reserves they have, how much is their debt repayment load, burden, and if a war takes place, a lot of capital equipment gets destroyed. And if they insist, because they don't worry about whether the people of Pakistan are getting 2 square meals a day, they couldn't give a damn.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And now it's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. But I'm going to move away from the set format tonight. I'm not going to have a single guest for the next 1 hour because I've been thinking of the whole situation through. And what many of you have asked me is to put my own views on what's happening. And therefore, I've decided to connect the dots to give you a complete picture of the present situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation today is very complicated. You need to have a full sense of it. As of now, there are a lot of people who are playing your mind. There would be a lot of enemies who'd be trying to turn your mind in a particular direction. And there are enemies of the nation, some of them, unfortunately, politicians and political parties. And all they want to do is undermine the national resolve, undermine your resolve, and undermine the resolve of the Indian Armed Forces. These are the Mir Jafars. These are the Jai Chands. These are people who are trying to play their own games at a time of national crisis like this. Republic is your channel, and as a network, we have only one clear, unambiguous philosophy and guiding force, and that is nation first. And therefore, in national interest tonight, I shall give you my assessment of the present situation, because it's not just the news you want. You want to connect the dots with the various pieces of information coming into your mind, and you want to decide how you want to look at it. I will present the facts to you as they stand today. So as of this evening, ladies and gentlemen, as of the 6th of May, 2025, as of tonight, we are in for very, very critical times. Starting tomorrow, we are going to have civic defense drills, which are going to be held in 244 districts across the country. These civic defense drills, and you're already seeing some mock-ups of that happen today. These are civil defense mock drills. These are happening in 288 districts. The measures involve including air raid sirens, training civilians, blackout protocols, camouflaging vital installations, and rehearsing evacuation plans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a nationwide exercise. Participating states, all the states of the country, and all the union territories, including Puducherry, Sikkim, and every single state of the country, specially detailed in states that are bordering Pakistan, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. If you're living in these areas where the risk of cross-border attacks is high, if you're living in urban centers like Delhi, the National Capital Region, or Mumbai, you would be part probably of a drill that would test for readiness in the case of air raids, blackouts, and evacuations. And therefore, you are part of a national exercise. The importance of this drill that is happening now is that this is happening for the first time since 1971, ladies and gentlemen. The last such drill was in 1971, when it featured air raids, sirens, blackouts, evacuations. It was conducted in all the cities and towns till the war ended in December. What this means is that anyone who would be born roughly after 1966 would have no living memory of any such drill. So if you're watching this tonight, starting tomorrow, you're part of an exercise in India's history. These are days that you will remember. It is aimed not at creating panic, but at bringing the whole nation together, at telling every fellow Indian that you are part of this too, the larger exercise of defending national interest, for fighting for a fellow Indian, for fighting for all those who have lost their lives in all these relentless terrorist attacks from a terrorist enemy country called Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone therefore below, say, the retirement age of 58 would have no living memory of what we are about to see, which is the civic defense drills. In Europe, people would remember this if you lived through the World War, the Second World War. But we need to prepare, we need to be together, and we need to, by participating in these drills, give a clear message to the enemy that they are taking on not just the Indian military, they're also taking on the people of India. And when 140 crore plus people stand together and united, nobody in the world, there's no power in the world that can defeat them. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this is also happening at a very unique geostrategic time. Because yesterday we saw the complete rout of Pakistan at the UN Security Council. Ladies and gentlemen, they were completely devastated. They picked up the issue, they went to the UN Security Council, and they ended up losing all their friends. At the closed-door meeting which happened yesterday, the 5th of May, they achieved absolutely nothing. And you must know this was their last card. When the UN Security Council met, this was their last card. They felt they would present themselves as the victims. They've raised this bogey of a false flag operation. They've gone and tried to tell the world that India carried out the Pahalgam attack on its own people in order to create the circumstances for attacking Pakistan. And that bogey was not bought by anyone. In fact, even their own friend, who calls themselves their all-weather friend, China, just looked away. And the Chinese refused to even physically stand with the Pakistanis after they were completely questioned and torn apart at the informal session of the UN Security Council yesterday. The UN Security Council completely refused to accept this false flag narrative, and Pakistan was asked directly, was the Lashkar-e-Toiba involved? Is the chief of the Lashkar-e-Toiba in your country? Have you been sponsoring the Lashkar-e-Toiba? What was your role in the Pahalgam attack? Why are you trying to create the kind of narrative of a nuclear escalation? In fact, this is the soundbite of Antonio Guterres. I don't have personally too much respect for the United Nations, but I'm going to play out this soundbite to give you a clear sense of how bland it was. When you see this soundbite, please remember, he's saying absolutely nothing.
Tensions between India and Pakistan are at their highest in years. I deeply respect and I am profoundly grateful to the government of people of both countries and their significant contributions to the work of the United Nations, not least UN peacekeeping. And so it pains me to see relations reaching a boiling point. I understand the raw feelings following the awful terror attack in Pahalgam on 22 April. I once again strongly condemn that attack and extend my condolences to the families of the victims. Targeting civilians is unacceptable, and those responsible must be brought to justice through credible lawful means. It is also essential, especially at this critical hour, to avoid a military confrontation that could easily spin out of control. Now is the time for maximum restraint and stepping back from the brink. That has been my message in my ongoing outreach with both countries. Make no mistake, a military solution is no solution. And I offer my good offices to both governments in the service of peace. The United Nations stands ready to support any initiative that promotes de-escalation, diplomacy, and the renewed commitment to peace. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
And he just went away. He did not take a single question after that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the overall bland response of the United Nations, what does it convey? It conveys that the UN is going to stay away. It conveys that if India has, in its own self-defense, exercise under due international law, carry out a counter-strike on Pakistan, that the UN will do absolutely nothing. Remember, I'm not saying that just like that. The United Nations had voted unanimously against Israel. So I'm also putting the immediate context out here. In the context of Israel, the UN had put out a resolution that called for an end without delay to its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, in response to which Netanyahu had hammered the United Nations back. And ladies and gentlemen, at that point of time, Netanyahu said this. He called the UN a house of darkness.
The singling out of the one and only Jewish state continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN house of darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority.
And ladies and gentlemen, the reason I played that soundbite of Netanyahu is because we must speak like that. If required, if the UN were to take us on and play its own woke and liberal card, we must go to the United Nations, shred their argument to pieces, shred their papers into pieces, and call them out. The larger point I'm trying to make today is that if we are going to take on Pakistan, we must not go around looking for global approval. There will never be any global approval. I've seen the statement of India and the Ministry of External Affairs condemn the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Nations. But what do we expect? They will stand next to their brother Islamic State of Pakistan and make the right noises. We don't need to be drawn into all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations, for example, even if it were to take Pakistan's side, should not matter to us. We must not be concerned about these talk shops. If we are going to fight a war, a full-fledged one or a limited one, we are fighting one in national interest. If Putin wanted to fight a war, he's fighting one in national interest. If Israel wants to fight a war, he's fighting one in national interest. And we must remember, for the last 1,167 days that Russia has been fighting, and for the last 577 days that Netanyahu has been fighting the Hamas, there has never been any overall global support for either Putin or Netanyahu. If we are to be a tough state, we must stop trying to look for 99.99999% global approval for our military actions. Our military actions are our own, and the people of India will support the military actions. There should never be a search for near consensus or absolute unanimity. We must do what we have to do. Tomorrow we have air exercises, and across the western border, ladies and gentlemen, across the western border, there is a NOTAM which has been issued, which means we are going to have a very large-scale exercise across the India-Pakistan border for 2 important days. Tomorrow, 7th, while the civic mock drills go on, we are going to be having a NOTAM, which is a large air exercise which will involve the Rafale, the Mirage 2000, the Sukhoi 30s. This is a huge, massive air exercise across the entire Rajasthan border, and all the frontline supersonic fighter aircraft are going to be in operation. I don't know whether I'll be able to get you the visuals. We will, if we can. We hope the Indian Air Force releases some so that all of us know how exactly we are placed. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, last few days already across the coastline, India's maritime authorities, we have already issued navigation warning for commercial ships to exercise caution because the Indian Navy's ongoing drills are going around the entire Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy conducted the firing drills May 3rd to May 7th. Tomorrow's the last day. As that comes to an end, we are carrying out these air exercises. What are these exercises? Well, these are preparatory exercises, ladies and gentlemen. And for all the people who say, why don't we attack tomorrow? Why didn't we attack yesterday? Why don't we attack over the next 1 hour? Well, simple answer is this is one of the world's largest military machines across the world. And when a military of this size moves, it has to move with intent, precision, and with a sense of togetherness. What you're seeing on air, ladies and gentlemen, are the pictures of the Pinaka. You're seeing pictures of the Sukhoi. And you're going to see a lot of these kind of pictures over the next few days, ladies and gentlemen. And when this happens, let's go full frame to those pictures for a moment. And these are part of the drills that were conducted for the Pinaka. I would like to just run the visuals with the audio for a while so you can dip into this. This is Pinaka training drills, ladies and gentlemen. Visuals, those are some of the latest visuals that we got from our exclusive army source of the deployment and the firing of the Pinaka missiles. And the reason we are putting out the Pinaka missiles is because we have the video of that. We're also getting videos of the BrahMos. I don't know the exact placement of the BrahMos, but we know they can be very, very strongly effective. We have visuals of the S-400. This triad of the S-400, Pinaka and BrahMos is a very, very, very deadly combination. The point I'm trying to make tonight to you viewers, if you're watching, please remember my words tonight and feel confident. Because even before a single missile has been fired, even before a single shot has been fired, we have a gigantic edge over a fledgling country called Pakistan. I'm not underplaying them. But please remember, they are a divided country. There is actually no Pakistan. There is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, there is Balochistan, there is Sindh, and there is a state of Punjab which has somehow cannibalized all of these other regions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some very, very deep contacts among people in the freedom movement of Balochistan. And I have some very important information to share with you tonight. As I bring you this broadcast, the Baloch are winning. They are fighting an incredible battle. They are truly heroes. They're fighting a guerrilla battle, and these are some of their most recent successes. This is a huge fighting force made mostly of volunteers. They fight not for money. They fight for their land. Ladies and gentlemen, the Balochistan Liberation Army, and you're seeing pictures here, the BLA has been blowing up the Pakistani army. They've launched a very major assault in the Mongo Char area of the Kalat district in Balochistan. They have blocked the Quetta-Karachi National Highway, which is N25. As of tonight, the BLA has set government buildings on fire, including the NADRA, the Judicial Complex, and the National Bank of Pakistan. The BLA has intercepted police vans transporting prisoners from Gadani jail to Quetta. They have freed their own people, and the Pakistani army is slowly beginning to lose grip. The Baluch national movement are organizing protests across the entire world. And as I bring you this broadcast tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say to you that this is a battle that Pakistan will fight on multiple fronts. Multiple fronts. And they are losing the battle for Baluchistan. Baluchistan is their lifeline. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the place where the Pakistani generals make the most money. Baluchistan is the biggest province in Pakistan. It has been usurped by the Pakistanis. Baluchistan, ladies and gentlemen, is almost half the territory. Ladies and gentlemen, almost half the territory, the land area of Pakistan is the free nation of Baluchistan. It is strategically very important for Pakistan because the Gwadar port, which is the most important part of the CPEC, is located in the province. It is 23%, potentially 40% of Pakistan's land, local gas production. It is the most mineral-rich part of Pakistan, and it has huge resources of gas, copper, gold, which is making it a very major, very major economic asset of Pakistan. Pakistan has colonized Baluchistan for a very long time. I believe that India should do more than just moral or diplomatic support for the free people of Baluchistan. I believe we should get involved directly. We should help them. But the amazing thing right now is that somewhere within Pakistan, there is a realization that they're about to lose Baluchistan. This soundbite I'm going to play next is from 18th of February 2025, when a Pakistani cleric and lawmaker called Maulana Fazlur Rahman inside the Pakistan National Assembly warned that 5 out of 7 districts of Baluchistan will be declaring liberation soon. Please hear this.
कश्मीर का मसला है, लेकिन कश्मीर के मसले से पहले हमें अफगानिस्तान के हवाले से सोचना होगा कि पाकिस्तान बहैसियत रियासत के उसने अफगानिस्तान के साथ अपने सफारती ताल्लुकात बेहतर क्यों नहीं बनाए। ये बात याद रखें कि ज़ाहिर शाह से लेकर अशरफ गनी तक जितनी हुकूमतें आई हैं प्रो इंडियन थी। अगर हर मसले के लिए फौज के सोच या फौज की अप्रोच हो, कभी भी आप ये मसला हल नहीं कर सकेंगे जब तक कि आपके साथ पॉलिटिकल सोच ना हो, इकोनॉमिक सोच ना हो।
जनाब स्पीकर, आज आपने इजलास बुलाया है और ऐसे हालात में बुलाया है जहां पाकिस्तान इस वक्त महाद जंग पे खड़ा है और इस वक्त गैर संजीदगी देखी जा रही है कि कोई भी जिम्मेदार शख्सियत यहाँ मौजूद नहीं है। फर्स्ट तो अव्वल का आखिर खाली है। ऐसे वक्त तो चाहिए था कि आज का इजलास सिर्फ इस बात के लिए मुख्तस होता कि वो हमें ब्रीफिंग देते, हमें सूरत हाल की तफसील बताते, हम कहाँ खड़े हैं। जो इससे पहले हमारे ISPR के DG ब्रीफिंग दे चुके हैं, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर चुके हैं, ऐवान को जरा बराह रास्त मुत्तला किया जाता इस सारी सूरत हाल से।
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching that bite of Maulana Fazlur Rahman, it is very interesting. The man, Maulana Fazlur Rahman, speaks his mind, has never been quite popular. But it is an acknowledgement in the Pakistan National Assembly that Pakistan is about to lose Baluchistan. There have been a number of attacks and hundreds of Pakistani soldiers have been killed. It is in these circumstances that Asif Munir, who is about to retire, needed a distraction. It is in this context that Asif Munir made the anti-Hindu speech. It is in this context that Asif Munir planned and executed Pahalgam. It is in this context that he wanted to engage India into a military confrontation because he thinks it is a way for him to extend his tenure. Unfortunately for him, it is not going to end that way. I just put the context of Baluchistan for all of us to remember that when Pahalgam happened, Pakistan is already in the process of breaking up. And it is not just in Baluchistan. You see, ladies and gentlemen, There is also the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the TTP, there is the Taliban in Afghanistan, which is no longer friendly with the ISI, and there are intense clashes that are going on between Taliban-controlled Afghanistan and the Pakistani army. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the TTP and the Baloch are acting against the Pakistan army together from its western front. So this is the right time for India to strike from the east. Repeatedly, I'm making the point, geostrategically, the confluence is for us. There is the TTP and the Baloch Liberation Army, which are eroding the Pakistani army from the western front. This is the right time to strike. Ever since the Taliban's takeover of Kabul, TTP-related violence in Pakistan has surged. There have been innumerable attacks by the TTP. The violence continues into 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, thousands and thousands of Pakistani army personnel have been killed over the last few months particularly. Now look at that map very closely. What you see is the landlocked state of Punjab. Eventually, all that will remain in Pakistan is what I have marked out in light green out there, which is the landlocked state of Punjab. That is the Punjab state of Pakistan. And that is all that will remain of Pakistan when this entire process is over. I want you to be confident tonight, because there are many people who are trying to put self-doubt into your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, you're dealing with a strange set of circumstances where geostrategically, politically, Pakistan is completely cornered. It has no friends. I was told that Ishaq Dar, a few minutes back before I came into this broadcast, the very troubled and nervous-looking Pakistani foreign minister just called whoever is the foreign policy advisor in Bangladesh asking for help. Ladies and gentlemen, you would remember the Pakistanis have been trying to see whether they can stretch their strategic influence, because they have no influence with the Afghans, whether they can stretch their influence with the Bangladeshis to create some trouble for India in the chicken neck area of Bangladesh. But ladies and gentlemen, that is a very, very far cry. The man you are seeing on the screen, Muhammad Yunus, is about to lose power in Bangladesh. I wish I could show you the pictures. I don't know if I have it. If I do, I'll play it. But there were thousands and thousands, some 30,000 very hardline Islamist protesters led by the Hifazat-e-Islam terrorist group in Bangladesh, which are holding huge protests against the Yunus government. These are some of those visuals, ladies and gentlemen. And look at that. They are taking a picture of a woman wearing a sari, and they are hitting that woman. And the reason for the anger against Muhammad Yunus is because they're trying to make some changes to the law in Bangladesh which will give women equal rights. The Islamists, the hardline Islamists, the jihadis do not want women to have equal rights. And they have told Yunus that if you try to push this, then we will not even give you 5 minutes to escape. These were the words, ladies and gentlemen, of the Jatiya Ulama Mashayikh Aima Parishad, which is a group of all these hardline Islamist groups. The point I'm trying to make is that Yunus is on his last legs. He's been told by the Islamist parties, that you will not even get 5 minutes to escape. So who are the Pakistanis looking at for support? They have no one. The last lifeline they had was Muhammad Yunus, and he's about to go. He can take no chances. The Bangladesh army is non-existent. And Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, is a country without utility. This is a country, ladies and gentlemen, which has just marveled on selling itself to the world, full frame. All it has done repeatedly is sell itself to the highest bidder. I'm talking about Pakistan. All it has done is sell itself to the highest bidder. It goes around the world with a begging bowl, and depending on the geostrategic situation, it finds a buyer. Sometimes it's the Soviets, sometimes it is the Americans, sometimes it is the Chinese. But today, they have admitted that we have no utility. They're a country, and the reason Khwaja Yusuf is becoming so hysterical of late, and I hope I have the right sound bites after this, is because they're a country who have survived on international handouts. They beg for loans from the Saudi Arabia, from China, from the United States. They have got repeated IMF bailouts, but their lifeline is drying up. In this unique set of circumstances, they are going around reminding the world these days. They're going around reminding the world these days that we are a country which can be used. They're going around reminding the world these days that we are up for sale. Please buy us. Why else would Khwaja Yusuf make this statement? I'll play two statements now, one of Khwaja Yusuf, and then I'll explain the second one before I come to it. Please hear the statement of Khwaja Yusuf, where he says, we are here to do the dirty work for the rest of the world as long as you give us a few dollars. Hear this one.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain. And we suffered for that.
And ladies and gentlemen, quickly that was followed by a similar acknowledgement from Bilawal Bhutto. The same Bilawal Bhutto who's been saying कि अगर पानी रुकेगा तो खून की दरिया बहेगी, and all those dramatic comments in his very, very flamboyantly funny voice. Bilawal Bhutto then went on to give an interview saying we have a past. In other words, he's also offering himself up for sale. He's saying they're a country on rent. Hear this.
As far as what the defense minister said, I don't think that it's a secret that Pakistan has a past as far as extremist groups are concerned. And as a result of this, we have suffered. Pakistan has suffered. We've gone through wave after wave of extremism. We went through the Islamization and militarization of our society.
So that's the reason the Pakistanis are going across the whole world saying, remember, we had a utility in the past. We had an involvement, but that was in the Cold War, immediately pre-Cold War and post-Cold War era. And sandwiched in that situation, they were a route to reach various terrorist groups sponsored by the Americans. It's the Americans who gave the Stinger missiles to various armed groups operating in Afghanistan. And the route to send those Stinger missiles, the route to send the arms was Pakistan. And Pakistan, therefore, had put up its roads on rent. Today, the entire Pakistani economy is bought. Its banks are bought, its ports are bought, its buildings are bought, its National Assembly is bought, its infrastructure is bought. There is nothing Pakistani about any part of the Pakistani economy. And therefore, they are now looking for their latest buyer. Unfortunately for them, the only country that is pitching in is a very weak country that wants to punch above its weight called Turkey. Now let me bring my attention to Turkey, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting man, Mr. Erdogan there, very, very ambitious man, wants to be the leader of the Islamic world. And he's the man who has sent a Turkish Air Force C-130 aircraft, and he's also sent a warship along the Pakistani coast. He should pull it back because, Mr. Erdogan, if we were to attack, you will lose your warship, you will lose your C-130 aircraft. Turkey is the last resort of the Pakistanis. They are called a brotherly nation. And this man, Erdogan, met Shahbaz Sharif just hours after the Pahalgam attack. I personally believe that Turkey is part of the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, they have been working together, but my point is, however much they work together, they even send their Air Force chief to Islamabad. I don't know if I have the visuals of that. We can play it if we do, because we're repeating these visuals. So let me make a quick point about Turkey. Turkey, ladies and gentlemen, is a very weak country. And to the Pakistanis, I would say, if you want Turkey to help you, first ask them to help themselves. They are a failed country. Ladies and gentlemen, they are in serious trouble. And the reason I'm saying this is not just because of my dislike for Turkey's government, not its people. It's because they have entered into recession as a country, contracting by 0.2%. These are very important statistics. When inflation is at 48.6%, and GDP contraction of 0.2% happens, when the central bank of Turkey maintains an interest rate of 50% to combat inflation, when their gross debt stocks up to 272.2 billion, and their GDP is just 1.3 billion, whereas we are over 1.3 trillion, and we are over 4 trillion. That's a huge debt to have. The point I'm trying to make tonight is that Turkey is a very weak and economically troubled country. It is ambitious, but it is in no position to provide any strategic counterweight to India. And to the people of India who ask these questions to me tonight, I hope I'm answering some of your questions. Turkey cannot help Pakistan enough. We take on Pakistan. Turkey can do symbolic support, maybe in cahoots with the Chinese. But the Chinese and the Turkey should know a few facts. First of all, from Turkey, I now want to go to China. The question I'm asked everywhere is, what about the Chinese, Arnab? What about the Chinese? What about Xi Jinping? Let's look at his pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Xi Jinping, man with a big ego and big designs. Ladies and gentlemen, also a friend of Pakistan. I'm not sure how friendly he will be, looks very pleased there. But it's a fair weather friendship. And the weather is not going to be fair, because I've just explained what's happening in Balochistan. Without Balochistan's CPEC, the main project of the Chinese will collapse. The Gwadar port is on Baloch land. This is the region rich in copper, gold, iron, gypsum. It's 58% of Pakistan's coal production. The Chinese have no interest in Pakistan. The Chinese are only interested in CPEC. The China-Pakistan economic corridor, which I placed out there on the map, right down to the Gwadar port. So my point is tonight, viewers, that moment Balochistan goes up in fire, moment India hits, the Chinese are going to say, what happens to our economic interests? And with 30,000 Chinese nationals working on CPEC projects, the moment the Chinese realize that Pakistan, despite all our investment, cannot ensure their safety, the Chinese will pull out or tell the Pakistanis to fall in line. And the reason I'm saying this is because the Chinese army lacks any battlefield experience. If you saw those pictures that we saw of hand-to-hand combat between the Indian army and the Chinese, the point is, ladies and gentlemen, the Chinese army has never really fought a real war. They have not fought a real war since 1979, and whenever they're in direct confrontation, eyeball-to-eyeball contact, they don't do very well. I can take my bet on it. In the dust bowls of Balochistan, the Chinese will not put out even 10 soldiers to fight the battle for the Pakistanis. There have been attacks on Chinese nationals. Chinese have been killed in Pakistan. And whenever, take out the graphics, whenever the Chinese are attacked in Pakistan, the Chinese begin to rethink their entire policy. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I personally do not believe that beyond a point of time, the Chinese will interfere. The Chinese have major economic battles to fight. It is in their interest to work with India. They can try and pinprick India, but if we give a very determined response back, if we give a response which makes the Chinese realize that their economic and personal interests are going to be at stake, then the Chinese will pull back. Therefore, now let's look back at the full picture. I told you about Balochistan, I told you about the Taliban. I've given you my broad assessment of the Chinese. You see, viewers, the fact is, Pakistan is not fighting India. We're only fortifying and surrounding Pakistan. We're surrounding them, we're denying them water, we're surrounding them with military exercises, air exercises. Planes are not flying over the territory of Pakistan. Little inconvenience for our air travelers, but the country that gets really hurt is Pakistan. And the reason is because their ADB payouts are at stake in the Asian Development Bank. Their IMF bailout packages are at stake right now. The protracted presence of the Indian army on all sides is going to dry them up economically. And therefore, that is the principal reason why Shehbaz Sharif has been losing his nerve and behaving like this. I also believe that the Baloch and the Taliban will stand united. There are two sets of visuals we must see. The Baloch and the Taliban. When the attack on the Jafar Express happened, ladies and gentlemen, when the BLA attacked the Jafar Express, the Chinese were devastated, and the Tehreek-e-Taliban worked together with the Balochistan Liberation Army, the Islamic State Khorasan, and the growing influence of the Afghan Taliban, Chinese investments in Pakistan coming under question. This means that even without firing a bullet, we have a huge edge. We, as of now, have not even fired a bullet, fired a missile. We already have a fantastic edge over Pakistan. And that is the reality of the situation. The BLA in Balochistan, the Islamic State of Khorasan claims KPK, the Taliban claims their border, the Tehreek-e-Taliban claims most of Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore, never doubt the upper hand that the Indians have, that we have. This is a very different time from 1962. If you ever doubt the upper hand, let me play the visuals of the Pinaka, the S-400, the Rafale, and the BrahMos once again, with a reminder that even without firing any of these, even with just deploying them on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, we have a huge edge. This is not 1962. This is not 1971. Many of you who are watching this analysis of mine would probably have no memory of 1962, and many of you would be born after 1971 for certain. In 1962, we had a weak prime minister, a compromised man called Jawaharlal Nehru, who said, ladies and gentlemen, that my heart goes out to the people of Assam. We can fire that graphic later. That my heart goes out to the people of Assam. This is Nehru in 1962. The Indian army expected him to stand with them. The people of Assam, the people of the Northeast looked up to him, and he spoke. Such a coward Nehru was. He spoke about the people of Assam and the Northeast in the past tense. He gave up on a large part of the country. All he concentrated on was the fact that he was a broken man. Who cares if Nehru was a broken man? The fact is, he wanted the country to break up. Things are different today. This generation does not have a memory of 1962 and 1965 or 1971. I will talk about it later. But this is the today generation. Three sets of visuals, viewers. The BrahMos first. The BrahMos. It has the proven capability today. The BrahMos has the proven capability to go very, very deep inside Pakistani territory. In 2022, when a BrahMos missile was accidentally misfired, remember, viewers, it went 150 kilometers into Pakistani territory, remained in the airspace of Pakistan for well over a minute, and these Pakistanis who talk about their radar capabilities could not even detect it. One BrahMos misfired, could not detect it. They just whimpered. It showed their complete vulnerability. Since then, the Pakistanis have got this false flag operation thing into their head. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pinaka. The Pinaka system is so strong, so powerful. When I see these pictures, let me tell you, few armies in the world, apart from the United States or Russia, have such formidable capabilities. These are 72 rockets in 44 seconds, deploying 7 tons of explosive payload, hitting targets in 60 kilometers. We have not even used it. I've only given you a geostrategic picture. All I'm trying to say to you tonight is, we are winning already. The Rafale system next, ladies and gentlemen. It's got an incredible system called the Meteor system. The Rafale plane, ladies and gentlemen, the widest, what I'm told, no escape zone among air-to-air weapons globally. This means that once an enemy aircraft enters this lethal envelope, the chances of the enemy aircraft evading destruction from the Rafale are slim to none. Extended reach, 120 kilometers. They can neutralize hostile targets like the F-16, which the Americans have unfortunately given the Pakistanis well before those aircraft can even detect the Rafale. So the Scalp cruise missile, it is mounted on the Rafale, engineered for very deep strike precision to destroy enemy assets. It can destroy radar stations, airfields, ports, command hubs within Pakistani territory. And the Pakistanis know all this. Why am I repeating all of this to you tonight? Why am I saying all this to you tonight? It's because somewhere I believe we need to fight the doubters. We're a very, very, very strong country today. And I haven't even mentioned the drones. I haven't mentioned all the satellite equipment. I haven't mentioned all our space weaponry capability. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to hit the Pakistanis, we will do so and they won't even realize what's hit them. This is not the India of 1962 or 65, but I'm so proud of what we did in 65. The next point I want to make, however, is that unlike previous times, you have seen these pictures of Narendra Modi sitting with the Air Chief, Navy Chief, Defense Secretary, National Security Advisor, Home Minister, Foreign Minister, and this is a very interesting confluence. These pictures, when they go out to you, when you see these pictures, should convey to you how closely the military, political, government machinery is working together. They are talking to each other, not at each other. There is very, very close coordination between internal security, external security, Home Ministry work, Interior Ministry work, and the candor with which the service chiefs are speaking right now. These pictures should make you understand that the biggest difference between earlier times and now is that now the army and the civilian leadership all works very closely together. Did they not work together in the past? Well, they did, I'm sure. But you see, the Congress party was in power then, their approach was different. The army would win the war, the Congress party would go on and compromise. The army would win the war, the Congress party would compromise. In 1965, our brave army, in 1965, carried out a surprise attack on Lahore. Our army has always been great. They carried out a surprise attack on Lahore, Pakistan's second largest city in 1965. They succeeded in capturing the significant Haji Pir Pass, August 28th. 1965, they launched a surprise attack on Pakistan targeting the entire Lahore sector. I don't know if I have visuals of that. 15th Infantry Division of the Indian Army advanced down the Grand Trunk Road, overwhelming Pakistan's border forces at Wagah. We even reached a suburb of Lahore. But after we gained the upper hand, after we won, what did the Congress party do? They gave it all up in Tashkent. And I'm sure under the direction of the same Vadra Gandhi family, they signed the Tashkent agreement without asking the people of India. This party has compromised India's interests so much, I can never forgive them. You must never forgive them. They gave up the captured territory without achieving a permanent resolution on Kashmir. We could have just taken all POK away. We gave it up. That's why I doubt the intent of this family. 1971, ladies and gentlemen, we got them to surrender. They put their heads down, they took off their belts, they put their weapons on the feet and said to the Indian Army that we are a surrendered force. And after all those gains and all those sacrifices of all those lives lost, what did the Vadra Gandhi family do? They went for a country jaunt to Shimla. 1972 Shimla, they gave it all up. That's the fundamental difference between then and now. We are no longer ruled by the Vadra Gandhi family. This is the Modi government. The civilian military leadership is working very, 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 very closely together. Very closely together, ladies and gentlemen, more than one can ever imagine. We will never go through that kind of a situation again where after winning, we lose. Why we lost is a mystery, ladies and gentlemen. There's something wrong. I can never trust this family for the many times they have let down the country. But thank God they are out of power, and they will be for a very, very long time. All we need to be careful about, ladies and gentlemen, is the enemy within. I've given to you the lexicon. Tukde, Tukde gang. Be careful, ladies and gentlemen, of the Tukde, Tukde gang today. I've also used the phrase in the past, urban Naxal, ladies and gentlemen. In these important times, be careful about the urban Naxals. And earlier today on the debate, I brought in a third phrase to make it easy enough to identify the enemy within, and that is terror assistant. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing called an overground worker. There are some people in Kashmir, some people, a very, very small group of people who've supported their enemy from outside. Those people must not be spared. They are bringing a bad name to the people of Kashmir and to the people of this country. Many of you ask me, Arnab, how can we contribute? How can we add to this great battle that we have against our enemy nation? First of all, I hope that you find some sense as I tried my best to connect to you the dots this evening. And as I do that, and then I'll put this video out on digital as well, I want to make a simple and clear appeal to you in response to the question that you ask me. How can we contribute? Well, the best way for you to contribute is by being a nationalist, and for all of us to identify ourselves bravely as nationalists and openly as nationalists. This is the time for the nationalist revolution in our country. There are so many of you, I'm sure most of you, who are not politicians, political workers, or even supporters of individual political parties, but I'm sure you support the idea of nationalism. Today I'm putting an email out, I'm putting a hashtag out, I'm putting a handle out, and ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join me. Over the next few days as we go into these times, I would want you to join the national effort by becoming a proud member of the Nationalist Collective. I'm trying to bring together a group of Indians who will identify primarily by being Bharatiya and by being nationalist. Everything else for us comes later. It's nation first. If you join me in this effort, I will be very grateful. And then I'll keep sending you messages and information. And I truly believe that by collaborating, talking to each other, not at each other, by building bridges among nationalists, we can bring together a nationalist revolution in this country. Trust me, as I've just explained to you, we will win this war. But the battle against all those who are against nationalist interests, against our nation's interests, will not end in a few days or weeks. It's going to be a lifetime's battle. Join me in this battle. Become a member of the Nationalist Collective. I thank you so much for your patience and for listening to me tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you tomorrow evening. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war? They don't have. If they don't get an answer.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why the term OGW is a cruel facade. It's time to call it out. These are terrorists and terror assistants, not OGWs. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the triad of trouble for the Pakistani army. Huge internal crisis, Baluchistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Durand Line. And at 9 p.m. tonight, a departure from my usual format. I will request everyone to watch as over 1 hour, I will put out a solo narration of how I view things, how I think the various events between India and Pakistan, are all connected and where I see the situation developing. That's a 1-hour solo narration from me, my in-depth, intense analysis of the situation at 9 o'clock tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, if you had any doubt about which side Mehbooba Mufti was on, I always felt it was Pakistan, Pakistan, Pakistan. And if you had any doubt which side the Lutyens media was on, I've always told you it's Pakistan, Pakistan and only Pakistan. And ladies and gentlemen, these Lutyens parties also, the Vadra Congress, they're only for Pakistan, Pakistan and Pakistan. And that is why they've conjured up a sweet little term nowadays, a sweet, cute term called OGW, overground workers, almost sounding as if they were into some kind of social work, that they were overground to do the work, that they were social work volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, OGW. It's not a facade of a term, ladies and gentlemen. It's a mutilation of reality. For there is nothing called OGW. These are terror assistants in the practice of terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, Mehbooba Mufti is crying for one such terror assistant. She's crying for the person who helped the terrorists kill the 26 innocent Indians in Pahalgam. Does that leave any doubt in your mind which side Mehbooba Mufti is on? Mehbooba Mufti, as far as I'm concerned, you are a terror assistant yourself, and all people like you. She says, this poor 22-year-old called Imtiaz Ahmad Magre, OGW, dies after jumping into a river while leading security forces to the terrorist hideout in Pahalgam district. He was detained after the Pahalgam terror attack. He admitted to helping the Pakistani terrorists, guided the forces to a riverbed, which means he knew exactly where these terrorists were staying near the Tangmarg forest under drone surveillance. And then he jumped into the river, trying to escape via the river route. He could not survive, ladies and gentlemen, and he died. His body was fished out later. Now, this man is a terrorist, a terror assistant, and a coward to boot. And these people call themselves OGWs. Like some people call themselves ideologues in JNU, but they were nothing, ladies and gentlemen, but the Tukre gang. And some people like Gautam Naulakha, who supported Mannan Wani in the Aligarh Muslim University campus. These people call themselves intellectuals, but they are nothing but urban Naxals. So we introduce a third term into the lexicon tonight, viewers. Tukre gang, urban Naxals, and yes, terror assistants, not OGWs. Let's debate.
Six to 7 Pakistani terrorists entered Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley and opened fire at innocent tourists enjoying their vacation. Since the attack, the big focus has been on the role of OGWs shot for overground workers. Over 3,000 of these so-called OGWs have been detained since the Pahalgam attack. 90 have been booked under Public Safety Act, and some of their homes have been bulldozed.
In the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack, massive crackdown has been launched by the joint security forces. Around 3,000 OGWs have been detained by Jammu and Kashmir police, and also 90 of them booked under PSA, ensuring their long-term detention. Homes and hideouts of terrorists and their aides have been bulldozed. The infrastructure that supports terrorism and fuel terrorism on ground have been dismantled. State is sending a clear message that no or zero tolerance for the terrorists and their sympathizers.
These people who are being called OGWs are the people who helped terrorists in carrying out attacks like Pahalgam. On your screen is one such OGW who knew the terror hideout. He attempted to escape and jumped into the river, killing himself in the process. But pro-Pakistan and terror sympathizer lobby is looking for a conspiracy here. They have begun a human rights campaign for these terrorists to stay relevant.
मेरी ये भी डिमांड है लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से, जो बांडीपोरा में हादसा हुआ बहुत गरीब है, उनके घर में खाने के लाले, बेचारा मिलिटेंट नहीं था, आप किसी को भी OGW का नाम देके उसको कत्ल करोगे क्या? कल जो आपने इम्तियाज को उधर मार दिया वो भी बहुत गरीब है, जब तक आप उसकी इंक्वायरी करेगी कम से कम इन फैमिलीज को कंपनसेशन मिलना चाहिए.
They call the demolition of terrorist houses injustice.
कई लोगों के मकान उड़ाए गए. अब मुझे बताइए, अगर बेटा मिलिटेंट बन जाता है तो बाप की क्या जिम्मेवारी है उसमें? माँ की या बहनों की क्या जिम्मेवारी है? उड़ा दिया. किस लिए उड़ा दिया? मुझे बताइए, उससे क्या हम लोग मजबूत होंगे?
While they remain delusional, listen into the former Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front member bursting the bubble.
यहाँ से हमें शायद 4-5 दिन लगे थे. जी हाँ 4-5 दिन लगे थे मुझे यहाँ से जाने में, और मैंने वहाँ ट्रेनिंग की. मैं 47 चला लेता हूँ, मैं RPG चला लेता हूँ, तो ये ट्रेनिंग मैंने की है.
कितने दिन की ट्रेनिंग हुई वहाँ?
देखिए वहाँ, हाँ मैं वहाँ बड़े लोगों से मिला, मैं अज़हर मसूद से भी मिला वहाँ, और मैं पाक रेंजर्स के ऑफिसर से भी मिला, और ISI के ऑफिसर से भी मिला मैं. लेकिन मुझे यही लगा कि ये लोग कश्मीरियों को इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. लेकिन तब टीन एज थी, बचपना था, कुछ समझ नहीं थी.
Likes of Mehbooba and Omar Abdullah are not ready to admit that the ones helping the terrorists are no lesser and should be called terrorists. The term OGWs is a cruel facade, and it's time to call it out.
And ladies and gentlemen, in my view, the appropriate word is terror assistant, because these terror assistants are the people, Abid Mir Magami, who help kill people. So there are people who kill people, as in pull the trigger, and cowards like Imtiaz Ahmad Magre is a terror assistant who helps to kill people. He helps to identify where the innocent people are. He helps the foreign terrorists come into all these areas, Kathua, Poonch, Rajouri, Doda. He gives them food, he gives them shelter. He helps them stock arms and explosives. Then he tells them where the innocent people are, where the women are, where the children are, where they can be killed. He even helps them with their tactic. You know, these are the people who support from the sidelines while terrorists ask innocent tourists to read the kalma or be killed. They support, they clap from the sidelines. Well done. So many tourists killed, fantastic. And then when we ask them that where do you stand, you say, we don't know anything. We're innocent people. And then people like you, Abid, make a word for them. OGW. You should call them terror assistants, Abid. And if you're supporting them, then you're a terror assistant yourself. They are the backbone of the Pahalgam attack. They're responsible for the killing of our innocent fellow Indians. They're the operational support machinery for the terrorists. But also one thing common to all of them, Abid, is that they're all cowards. जिसको हिंदी में कायर कहते हैं, कायर, cowards. You understand? Big cowards. पैसे भी लेंगे, टेररिस्ट से पैसे भी लेंगे, हेल्प भी लेंगे, ये बिजनेस बनाएंगे टेररिज्म का. इनके लिए ये टेररिस्ट ट्रेडर्स हैं, द ट्रेडर्स ऑफ टेररिज्म. ये लाशों पर और खून पर अपना बिजनेस बहुत सालों से चला रहे हैं. और ये चाहते हैं सत्यप्रकाश जी कि जितने टूरिस्ट हैं कश्मीर आए, उनको मारा भी जाए, उनसे पैसा भी लिया जाए, और जो लोग उनको मारेंगे उनका समर्थन भी किया जाए, क्योंकि महबूबा मुफ्ती और राहुल गांधी जैसे लोग खड़े हुए हैं उनका समर्थन करने के लिए, है ना. ये आइज एंड ईयर्स है, कान है. दीज आर द आइज एंड ईयर्स ऑफ द टेररिस्ट. ये OGW बंद करो. ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग से भी खराब है, अर्बन नक्सल से भी डेंजरस है. ये टेरर असिस्टेंट्स हैं. आबिद, या ना मैं आप कुछ कह, मैं आबिद से रिएक्शन ले लूं, क्योंकि इनको सच्चाई निगलने में थोड़ा समय लग रहा है. ही इज हैविंग अ लिटिल टाइम, ही इज टेकिंग अ लिटिल टाइम टू swallow the truth. It looks like the poor fellow is going to explode tonight. Mehbooba Mufti supports these people. They are innocent people. Why are innocent people being troubled? कहाँ के innocent? इन्होंने पहलगाम के लोगों को मारने में इनका रोल था। ये इनोसेंट कैसे हो गया आबिद? और आप जैसे लोग भी इनको कंडेम नहीं कर पाएंगे प्रोग्राम पर, क्योंकि आपको लगता है आपके वहां पे पॉलिटिक्स करनी है। और अगर इनमें फियर है, एंजाइटी है, तो फियर होनी चाहिए, एंजाइटी इनकी और भी बढ़नी चाहिए और इनको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल
जी।
अरेस्ट करना किनका काम है? सरकार का काम है। अगर 3 दिन पहले एजेंसियों ने इनपुट दिया था होम मिनिस्ट्री को कि टूरिस्ट पे हमला होने वाला है।
अच्छा, ये किसने कहा आपको? ये सब खबर आप मेरे
होम मिनिस्ट्री ने प्रॉपर यूटिलाइज क्यों नहीं?
अच्छा, तो आप
सिक्योरिटी सारा जिम्मा होम मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर।
What happened to his bandwidth?